Alright,
I was
we
gonna
are
say that
live.
I don't remember
Didn't think it's
anything
been
that
that
we did.
Holy.
Well, that's what the recap's for, which is great. Oh yeah, that. Okay, cool.
Still, funnily enough, pretty much kind of remember everything. But you know what? Considering the looks at my notes, considering that, not surprised. But also, I tell crappy recaps, so.
Oh, and I need to bring out one other piece of thing for this stream. Don't mind me, I'm doing my thing, but let's go ahead and go with the recap, which is, well, it has been a while since we did our last one, but
You expect me to remember what happened?
damn right. No.
Well,
What happened last?
Yeah, no. Pretty much last session was, dealing with Lady Yuki and, her mood.
Yep.
Yeah.
we
You
were
had
on
a-
a train. That was last episode, right?
Yep, you
Yeah.
guys got, you guys sent a runner to Timur via Vico, and Vico came back with pretty much just a contact phone and you know, a lot of gold. Yeah, he handed you guys your paycheck and also some spending money for Lady Yuki because he was just like, give this and take her there.
Right. We bought that super expensive like vampire / elven wine stuff.
Yeah. Well,
Yep.
Elvish wine. It's all Elvish wine. It's just super magic preserved Elvish wine because it's from the
Yeah.
it's the founders.
Which gave both Yasha and Kyron a buff for 24 hours, remember?
Yep. I think it was you had like advantage on your next thing, your next skill check, or I think it was just your next skill check for 24 hours.
Which I haven't used.
Yep.
Yep.
Hasn't been 24 hours yet.
She took us to the shopping district and was trying to do up Lamine.
Yep.
She did do up Lamine.
Didn't got a dress.
Yep.
Lamine did get a dress.
And then Mortarin also went in there, I think.
Shout out for tattoo some more.
Yeah. Which I do have reference for those tattoos now. I
Yeah.
guess we,
Yeah,
but you know.
Ooh, stuff is starting to get hazy from there.
Yeah. So then it was basically the Ferris wheel.
Right, the Ferris
where she
wheel.
told us a whole bunch of shit.
Yep. She pretty much kind of like said, "All right, I trust you guys enough to talk about it." And yeah.
Real her family issues.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, she didn't have the best relationship with the family, and found out that her ability to walk in the day is a lovely little project from her family. Which she found out was requires a lot of people kind of suffering and or dying.
Yeah. Lots of bad times.
Yeah.
Which, now we know what happened to that one lady that just got dusted.
Yeah.
Yep.
She was
called
the victim of that experiment.
Experiment. Yeah.
But yeah. What else? Yeah, after that you met with Timur. You guys explored I think it was basically the richest place, one of the richest places in Brosnov
Right.
that you can walk publicly on.
Yeah,
Yep.
Kind of
That-
explored.
that Mortarin seems to have issue with.
What does he have issue with?
I thought you said that Mortarin didn't like that place.
God, he doesn't like a lot. You have to be more specific.
Suppose that's fair.
You didn't
What
like it
place?
because it's the rich people place. The place you guys
Thought
went
there was
to.
daddy issues. Well, that's what it was about. But I suppose that's also kind of par for the course in Mordor to some extent.
Yeah. Oh, you mean like him not even liking the district they went to?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're partially correct.
I'm kind of.
He had issues, but it wasn't specific.
I mean,
to what
that's
he said.
besides the point.
Everyone in this party has issues. Everyone has issues.
Oh, I know I was forgetting something. I need to hit enter on these.
Remember,
But yeah.
I don't know if we did a whole lot of this one. There's a lot.
Mordorin did, and he regrets
Mordorin
it now, considering
we-
what happened to Yasha afterwards.
Yep, you found a tree, a dead tree, in the middle of basically it kind of looks like a Central Park slot cut in the place.
Yeah.
Yasha also had a heart to heart about how shitty the city is.
Yeah.
I don't know about heart to heart, but they did talk a little bit, just discussing things, I guess.
Yeah.
Brosnov certainly is a flawed place.
Yep.
Boy, that ain't the statement of the century.
But that being said, yeah, you guys found a tree, and or Mordrin specifically found a tree and brought back a lovely little souvenir from said tree,
Lovely
Which-
souvenir.
which basically triggered a shock to Yasha, and in which he kind of specified that that was a dead drop that he pretty much picked up.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
That's that.
Which has concerned everyone. Everyone is concerned.
That tree is a dead drop tree. Or at least it had a dead drop. I don't know if going on the specifics of saying it's a dead drop tree would make that any better or specific. But in any case, yeah. That was what you guys found at or at least what Mordrin found, and he brought back a dead drop, which was a pair of bloodied nails. Fairly fresh too,
Hell yeah.
if I remember.
Yep. Ugh.
So yeah, so that was fun.
Yeah. And that's literally where we left off, was
Yep.
Yasha fucking dropping that bomb on us.
Yep, just before knocking cold from the shock of it, of
Yeah.
somehow knowing this information and then just kind of flopping over. Oh, hello. There we go. Cool. All right. Everything's working.
He's
Mic
fine.
check 1 2.
Might work.
All right, cool. Yep,
Wait,
y'all are there.
we have a mic? I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Anywho.
This is funny if either of the mics were here.
Considering that Yasha is out for the time, we're just gonna go. I'm gonna kind of segue this a little bit and just kind of go with, given all the things, you guys decide to let Yasha rest and continue about your business while Yasha is taking this time for himself and relaxing, because he has been doing quite a bit, even if you guys kind of had a somewhat relaxing experience. I say the word relaxing loosely regarding Lady Yuki, or my Yukikaze, but yeah.
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 Oh. Shit.
Honestly, a small timeout would be very good for probably all of us.
Yep.
A lot has happened in the past 24, 48 hours.
Yeah, that it has.
Means pretty happy that we don't really have to deal with Mai at the moment.
Yeah.
Was less irritated with her towards the end, but still kind of like, yeah.
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 I think your order of business was geared towards assisting Lady Yuki, if I last recall.
Yeah, but she's getting. Yeah, leaving the city, but she's with what's his face? And we don't know how long that's gonna take. So.
Oh, now I recall. Okay. You guys said you would help deal with her family, is what happened.
Yeah.
And Timur pretty much came forward and said, like you need Walter. You're gonna need Walter, because there was only one guy who was able to really properly put him in his place back in the day, and that was the man himself.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Yep. Only one
And
person could.
we're out of Yasha, who's the only person that's ever been able to just accidentally walk into Walter and Date. So.
Well-
Curses. We
Well,
lack
we're not-
unlock.
At least we're not trying to accidentally walk into them. We're trying to find them.
Yep.
Yeah.
We
You've
know
been
their
bumping
work
into them. You do know where they work. Bumping into them all the time. It's been all a complete happenstance and very frequent. Now you guys are gonna be looking for them and there'll be nowhere to be found. That's how it's gonna play out. I can feel it.
Me too.
And
Yeah.
be like, oh, we were hoping we'd never run into anybody we know on this trek to X, Y, or Z. Also, hey, we could really use Walter. Never sees him. But in any case, yeah. Walter and Date are the boys are in.
Yeah.
The chumps.
I wouldn't call them chumps, but yeah.
I would.
I mean, you would.
Fuck them. They're chumps.
Damn.
Bitch.
No.
The Kyron experience. I mean, is that what we wanna? Oh, we've been up for so long. Can we take a nap? Actually, can we join? Yeah.
Can we join Yasha?
Y'all can certainly rest.
We're gonna have just a cuddle party with Yasha right now because he seems like he needs it.
I mean, because we have not rested since.
Technically you rested when you brought, well, I say brought, but when Lady Yuki came back with you
Yeah.
guys.
But we did not sleep. We rested, but you know, we did not sleep. We have not slept again since Tail Rider went down.
Yeah.
No, what the? Why did? No,
Tail
that is
Rider?
not the wrong one. Don't worry about it. You'll find out tomorrow. Anyways,
Alright.
Great.
Rider.
The Void Rider? No, I
Void
think you
Rider.
guys no, you guys rested when you got the house.
We did not sleep though.
We did not.
We
Rest,
did not sleep.
Y'all need to actually sleep when you're supposed to sleep on your rest. That's a you problem, but you can
Yeah,
rest.
but look, it's because we didn't actually have the time to rest. We had a couple hours, yes, but we did use some of that to like look through our surroundings. So.
Well, there was a different, but there was downtime and then there was also rest. You guys did rest. I do remember that. It doesn't matter. You guys can rest though.
I'm gonna do a backflip
All right.
God.
and then ready action.
Okay, that's part of the course. Okay.
Checks out.
Hmm.
I want to get my channel divinity back anyway.
I think Mordorn's going to rest at least near Yasha, even if he
Yeah,
has to
I
sleep on the
felt that.
floor, cause you know,
I get my room back.
you get your room back.
Yep.
Hold on, let me roll to see if Mordorn actually sleeps. If it's low, he doesn't. Oh,
He-
hey, look at that. We're back. We're back to this shit. All right.
Is
one
he
level of
refusing to sleep?
exhaustion. He's refusing to sleep again. Where's my exhaustion thing? Hold on.
Order you
Damn, bro.
dumbass.
Actually, this is the perfect time to actually use his 100 gold.
Damn, bro. Telling me that the party needs to sleep. Also,
Right.
I'm gonna not sleep.
Did sleep?
Right.
Hey,
I'm about to do
You know?
what's called a pro game move.
You know what? That sounds par for the course for this motherfucker.
Not even
Uh,
that I'm gonna choose not to sleep. I'm gonna let the dice seal my fate for me. Oh,
Mm.
look at that. I'm not sleeping.
DM, why can't my character sleep? I don't know.
Looks
You-
at my dumbass art. Gee, I wonder why.
slept for 90 years.
Bro, you need to have your character sleep.
Ah.
No, I'm pretty sure you guys have had downtime beforehand, but yeah. I feel like there's been enough sessions between then and then where another rest would be agreeable.
Well, nonetheless.
I had most of my
if,
spells done, and a lot of my resources were expended from the bar fight anyway. So
That is true. You guys did have one hell of a fucking fight with Oda and his
Yeah.
boys.
We did.
Dude was a bitch.
Yeah, he is. He's a tough bitch.
Yeah, well.
I remember where I got. Oh, conditions. There we go. Exhaustion 1. There you go.
I will sleep.
Are y'all doing a short rest or long rest or?
long rest, I need my stuff back.
Longer. I'm assuming long rest. Yeah.
I will sleep the go to fuck.
Sure.
Exactly.
Said,
Those were words.
Man, Lamin's gonna be so pissed again. Well, not pissed, but you know.
no, she's gonna be disappointed. It's worse. You wish she was
You
pissed.
know what? Fair.
It's gonna hit you with the mom look.
Can't wait.
As soon as I find my pencil, I'm gonna get my only spell that I cast back.
At least I get almost everything back on a short rest, because Mordor can just chill. But he's not gonna sleep.
Bam.
But yeah. So
Gonna
most
add
of you do a long rest. Mordrin,
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
boy, swear to
Hi.
God.
Picks rocks.
Look. I can't defend my own character.
You cannot.
He's a dumbass.
you have no defense.
I have no defense. He's a dumbass.
Morgan, you're brilliant, but you're an idiot.
You're brilliant, but you're an idiot. Yes.
Ah.
Yeah. But at least I get my thing, cause he can make the thing.
In any case, unless there's anything else that happens in the 8 hours, y'all have
Tell me, DM.
I
Are
don't-
we assaulted by ninjas in the middle of the night?
Yep, in the middle of the night, several
Fuck.
several dwarven samurai charge your home.
Oh shit.
No.
Well, at least I'm up to see them.
Yep.
That's right.
You guys are not caught surprised because Mordrin decided not to sleep. No, you
Hell
guys
yeah.
are.
Turns out
Feel
this was a great
vindicated.
decision.
He would. He would. He
You
would
just-
feel vindicated.
He's just like I could never sleep. I must always be on guard. The party every time. Mordrin, you frickin' clown, you buffoon. You need to get your rest because you're not. You're not helping anybody, nor are you helping yourself. Also, Mordrin,
One time,
there's.
Mordorin. One time.
What about those dwarven samurai?
He would. He would fucking do it. He would do that.
God damn.
Oh.
Get rid of this. I still had Chimera's flask in my inventory. Don't need that anymore. You got that shit back.
Yeah,
And
he
I
got
don't
it back.
I don't need the spellbook anymore.
I definitely need this,
What?
all this anglerfish head.
Jan is so confused right
In any case, yeah. You rest for you take your long rest and you guys are uninterrupted.
Yeah.
No one bothers you. Not even Vico, who comes and
Oh.
goes. But yeah,
As he does.
as he does. He does his Vico things, but he never bothers you. And y'all Y'all have your rest. Yasha is still going to be out and resting. Once again, kind of coming back around to the for his sake and for the fact that the player is out. He's the party decides to leave him be for now.
I'm gonna wake up early.
Oh boy.
Hello,
I'm gonna-
Kyron.
I'm gonna go over to Yasha's body and kind of shove him.
He
Why?
is. He glitches for a moment and T-poses and then resets his position like a laggy video game.
Oh, no. Mordor would stop it because obviously, he's still
Leaving.
up. He just kind of looks at you, Kyron, just like, no, don't do that.
Shove the
Don't
boy.
bother the boy. Don't bother the boy.
Shove the boy.
Don't bother the boy.
Let the boy
Mordor will
rest.
body block if he needs to.
Mortar, and I'm gonna push you out of the way. You need to make
What
sure
are you
that the boy is
arguing?
still alive.
Don't
Mordor just
mess
kind of
with
squints at
Yasha.
you and just like, I'm literally here. I can see if he's breathing or not.
I'm gonna survival check Yasha.
I will drag both of you away by your ears. I am not kidding. Don't make me do this.
Oh no, don't mom.
Am not intimidated. Go to survival check Yasha.
Oh my god.
Are you gonna try to shove Mordor in?
Yeah, get the fuck out of my way.
A wisdom save because I'm going to cast a fucking spell on you. Fuck you.
Motherfuckers.
But you do get actually this is going to be a charmed effect technically, so you get advantage.
Yeah, boy.
You're both gonna go timeout.
So after the party recovers from their battle damage, they take another long rest.
A strong 22.
Yeah, you're good. I tried.
Move out of my way.
Can I would like to grab both of them by the scruff of their shirt, jacket, whatever they're wearing. Just by the back of the neck. Just
By the back of their
Stop.
clown uniforms.
Who goes off first? Lamine's pulling us away, or my survival check? Pardon me for checking to make sure our party member is still alive. For fuck's sakes.
I'm gonna give it to
The whole
you,
time.
but you're going to have you can go first, but you will have disadvantage on being grabbed, as in Lamine will basically get an advantage for grabbing you because you're kind of distracted with looking over Yasha.
Does that affect my survival roll?
No. What's your
Good.
roll?
Let's see. Oh, piss off.
What'd you roll?
12.
12. Well, you know he's breathing, so he must be okay.
That's good enough for me.
wouldn't
Yeah.
that be a medicine check? See if someone's alive. That'd be medicine, not survival.
Yes.
But
okay, my survival, damn it.
I'll allow it just this once. Just this once.
Work too, 'cause
Well,
you
I mean-
just look and see if they're breathing.
Lamine, advantage roll.
Mordred is not going to he's not going to, you know,
Not resist.
he's not gonna resist.
Yeah,
He
you pull
knows-
on my collar.
He knows that he knows he's fucked. Oh
You
my
will-
god.
oh, okay.
One-
9.
Alright,
Hmm.
And then
Ugh.
best I got was a 9.
Well, you
I
gotta
feel the weak tug on my collar, and I allow it to happen.
like, hey, stop it.
I allow.
I'm
I
just
allow-
pulling the table. You know what? I don't care. He's coming along, so.
I am coming along willingly. Now that I know that the boy is okay.
You two are a handful. I just woke up. I don't need this.
Mm.
I haven't even had my coffee yet. Please behave. Please. A little
I
bit.
don't know what you're talking about. I was just making sure the boy's okay. I ain't never seen nothing like that before.
I've been here the whole night, and he's been fine the whole night.
You didn't sleep, did you?
You said that you needed
Nope.
coffee, right? I'll make you some coffee.
Not to say anything of it, but I can't really trust what I don't see with my own two oh-hos.
get used to it, Kyron, because there's gonna be a lot that you don't trust your own eyes with. As Mordred's going to go make coffee for Levine, so she's not as disappointed.
Well, as Mordred leaves the room, Kyron's gonna go, "Look, prissy little bitch."
Jesus. Okay.
I'll take
Man.
that as a compliment.
My party's sassy. Hey, okay. God damn.
There's no Yasha to ground everybody this session.
Nope. Today's session will be served up with a side of chaos.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, these two woke up and chose chaos.
Ah, the T-bone
Well,
steak, just like I like
Mordred
it,
had to
extra
wake up
rare.
as chaos.
Yeah.
Oh
Okay.
boy.
Uh,
Well, he gets a point for making coffee, I guess.
Knowing him, he's gonna try his best to remember how Lamine liked her coffee, just so she's not as disappointed.
I'm gonna make a note on where Yuki is.
oh, Yuki's no longer with you guys. She went
Well-
with Timur.
So
Well-
just us.
Yup. Yuppers.
That's why I
Well-
got my room back.
And Lamine got to sleep by herself for the first time in like a week. No cuddle buddy.
Well, then I'm assuming Kyron would have already known that, so I take back my statement.
About where
That's-
Lady Yuki is. Yeah.
Yeah, that's me, player, forgetting that info.
Yeah, it's all good.
Meh.
E.
You're alright.
Anyway.
I'm not sure where to go from here. I'm gonna
Eat breakfast, maybe?
nah.
Or
No
whatever
sense.
counts as breakfast for us when
Ah, Jesus.
time is,
Loud.
you know, weird.
Yeah,
Go with this.
Time is more of a construct than usual.
it
thanks
really
to
is.
Rosnov. Breakfast is whatever you eat after you wake up.
I'm
Pretty
going
much.
to tend to
Don't
some
like this.
trail mix and walk outside and just kind of take in the morning.
Shit, I've cooked to sleep.
You said Lamine's a terrible. She's not a good cook, right?
She can cook technically. She doesn't really like it. She doesn't enjoy cooking. She only cooks if she has to.
I have no idea if Mortarin can cook.
Like if she really had to, she would. But she'd really rather not.
Let's roll it. Average, below average.
We're all in the kitchen like, can you
The
cook?
shit.
How can you cook?
He could try. At least
Kyron-
he you know what?
Kyron-
Mortar would be more more kid to be like, you know what? Today I could try cooking. Especially since Kyron walks out. Mostly because Mortar is trying to get points with Lamine, so she's not as disappointed.
Run the gauntlet, boy.
You know what they say? Happy.
Oh.
I can't even. I get one word in.
Oh.
Man, you are maybe jumping the gun a bit there, but you know, I appreciate the enthusiasm.
Enthuse.
Well,
I guess-
Lamine's gonna find something to munch on. We still got that box. We got like leftovers in the fridge or something. Are there fridges?
Surely.
Do we have fridges here?
Wait,
what
if we
kind
have fridges, that means we're using Yuki Wonderworks, aren't we?
Ooh.
Yep.
I mean, that's
Everything cooling related is connected to Yuki Wonderworks.
I mean,
I
there's
mean-
not really a way to avoid it, right? Like,
Yeah, there's no actual way to avoid using like Yuki products. Like it's almost impossible.
It's not like we're conspiring with the enemy. It's just.
No, it's just they're taking your nickels and dimes on some
not
things.
the worst thing we've done in regards to that.
That's
Yeah.
true.
It's not like they're coming in and setting it up for you or anything. Like, this building came with Yuki products. Like,
It's
it's
not
Like,
like
well,
they
might as
came
well
in
use them.
and was like, y'all want like industrial grade AC?
y'all want a working AC, or do y'all want to deal with the sweltering heat that Brosnov frequently gets?
I'm gonna deal with the sweltering heat because that goes against my morals.
That's great. Well, I'm the landlord. I say I get the AC. I get to control the AC buttons.
Fuck you.
Jesus
Does
Christ.
that go well?
But yeah.
This
Well,
shit's not
Lena's
going over
gonna investigate
75.
See what's in the fridge.
I think
But
there are
then also-
leftovers.
Got that huge ass box of food.
Surely.
Yep.
Yeah.
So whatever you guys brought with you, and whatever Vico's brought, which is a lot of instant noodles, the crock pot, and whatever
got
left of that
leftovers.
stew that you guys hadn't eaten yet.
There's
Take
no
out
fucking
leftovers,
way.
yeah.
Yeah, there's no fucking way that we don't have leftovers from that goddamn Grand Panda feast that he brought over
Yeah.
the other day.
Oh yeah, then there's also that the fucking feast of food on top of
Noodles
that.
and rice and whatever
Yeah.
And
goddamn
chicken.
bullshit was in it.
Homeboy brought the
Yeah.
works on top of the
That's what I'm
fact.
saying.
He did. So yeah, it's just eating that.
Lamine can eat like the queen she is. Leftovers for breakfast. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Feed the queen.
Feed the queen. I'm gonna eat trail mix outside.
Depressing.
Oh boy.
Please, Karen, please eat. We have enough chicken. Please.
It's fine. All y'all need to keep your strength up, so you tend to that food. I'll be fine with my nuts.
The one time Mordrin is tempted to actually join Kyron.
Why did you have to emphasize it like that?
Like what?
Never mind.
Okay.
Are you really going to sit out there and eat nuts?
Yes.
Why? We have a
Because
fridge full of food. Do you not like this food?
the food was delicious, but it's for all of you. I don't know when's the next time we're gonna be able to eat like that. We certainly can't send Vico to be our errand bitch boy every single day. So we might as well make good use of it while we can. In the
Kyron,
meantime, I'm good with my nuts.
You know what,
I
Kyron?
can literally walk down the street and get more.
You know, Kyron
You're
kind of
not-
has a point. Kyron, is there enough? If there's enough nuts for me,
Absolutely. Come over here and get a handful of nuts.
Mordrin starts to itch his way over to Kyron.
Or some nuts in your hand.
Hell yeah.
Lena's wondering if she's the only one who has any sanity left anymore.
The answer may not surprise anybody at all whatsoever.
Wisdom save.
She's so
The answer may be just exactly as expected.
Pretty much. No, Mordrin is just clearly like, wait, Kyron's leaving? Oh crap, alone
Yeah.
with Lamine?
I was gonna say.
She's gonna kick my ass, probably. I don't want.
I was gonna say, if Lamine looks to Yasha for sagely sanity as well, then I'm afraid that nobody in this party has any.
Oh dear. All right.
I
Lemmy
take
will
that
just
quite
eat her,
offensively.
eat her leftover chicken alone in the kitchen.
Here,
It's
take
okay,
some.
she has Yasha.
Mordrin, take some nuts and go join with her.
You know, Lamine seems like she needs, some time to herself.
Just gonna make like a dumb gaping look at him, like, seriously?
Yes?
Well, fine. I'm gonna go join her.
Okay.
I'm gonna go in the kitchen and join Lamine, eating my nuts.
So confused. So confused.
Now Mordrin has a dilemma. Does he go outside by himself, which has done wonders for him in the past? Or does he just accept that he's going to be staying in this house right now? You know what?
I mean, we're gonna need to decide what we're gonna be doing next.
Yeah, so together it is. Because I can't think of a single time Mordred has been alone where something has not happen to him.
Ah, you decided to join us.
Yes.
Well, now that the family's all here, what are we doing?
Talking to Walter, I suppose. That's
There's
the most
that.
immediate thing.
You also had other businesses in this district as well, such as locating that samurai, at least as
Yeah.
an afterthought.
There's still stuff I wanted to do here.
Trying to remember some of the other things you guys had on planned.
I did. Oh, I actually had asked Vico to look into that some. See if we could get
Yeah.
anything.
He's presumably going to be working on that next. He's taking care of some
Well,
small tasks.
The one thing about Walter is we have to accept that they probably know we're the ones behind the Void Rider.
Mm.
They literally saw us. They know our general description. And literally maybe not even 20 minutes since they've seen us, they hear that in the nearby area the Void Rider was, killed and a train fell.
Yeah, I'm sure that they'll be quickly putting things together that we get involved in a lot of interesting things.
Yeah. I mean, they're investigators. I'm sure it's not like it's their job to figure things out.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just like,
Trouble does seem to have a habit of following us around like a lost puppy.
Mm-hmm.
Partially
Pretty.
through our own fault, but yes. We do
Mordrin
kind
opens
of
his
know the
mouth,
people.
closes his mouth.
You can't deny that.
He
That's
can't.
literally our job is to go out and do this shit.
Yeah.
We might have to come, well, not come clean with everything, but
May have to explain to them what the situation
not
is to some
entirely.
degree.
We're not entirely just mercenaries. We're here for a reason. We don't need to go in depth into who our employer is or anything, but
Certainly
Well, I'm
not.
sure you're able to put it eloquently, but also hopefully in a way that they don't just. I doubt they would turn us into the Tetsu guard, but still.
well, they seem like good people.
One of them, at least.
Better people, one of them better people than he has been in the past.
I guess that's true. Still, I feel a little funny about the whole thing, especially with him. But I guess we're not coming up with a whole lot of alternatives or options. So, it is what
No.
it is.
We need his help, and they will likely have some questions. And avoiding questions forever will just probably make things more difficult for us.
Oh, without a doubt.
We want them to trust us. So giving them something will go a long way to doing that. Or to keep their trust in us.
One thing's for sure, it's gonna be a lot more difficult convincing them that we're any parts innocent with the boy out of commission.
We'll manage.
There's no yashaing out of this one.
Yeah.
You know that thing they say, you never know how good something you have is until it's gone? Yeah, I'm thinking that with our dumb luck.
Yasha is our dumb luck.
My point exactly.
Oh dear.
We'll do what we can regardless.
So,
We'll
what's
have to.
what's first on the list then? You said you have some chores, or are we gonna do the dimwit thing first? Sorry, the dimwits thing first.
I suppose it's a chore. Do you remember the gym with the weird energy drink? I wanted to look a little bit more into that. Who's distributing it? Who's doing all that stuff?
Okay. It sounds
So-
like
The old owner is who I wanted to find, see if I had any information that might be able to help me out. I did have, or I asked Vigo to look into it, but he hasn't come back yet.
Yeah, you guys can wait for him to turn up unless you want to carry out your own investigation on it as well.
I think this is this might be a stupid question, but how long is it going to take Vico to come back? Do we have any idea, or is it like who
Well-
knows?
He should be back soon, considering that he pretty much fucked off after you guys took your 8 hours.
Yeah.
So, y'all can linger around for a little bit and wait for him to come back, or you can start on this, or you can do something completely different. There are other options. I mean, you know, there's a whole city out there, so y'all can go and stir up all sorts of things.
We're trying to
Alright.
avoid doing that.
Yeah.
I just don't want to get too involved with stuff that isn't like significant to what we should be doing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like it seems like we're getting ourselves wrapped in a lot of different things and learning about a lot of different groups and happenings and all of that stuff.
And instead of spreading ourselves thin, we should focus on one thing.
I agree.
This is true. You guys still have the main goal of pursuing the Herald and waiting to hear back on Roland. You've also got this involvement with Lady Yuki and the Yakuza. There's the whole ordeal with the lockdown, and also having the Merchants Guild after you.
The lockdown?
Well, not so much the lockdown as more like the Tetsu Slayer force
Oh,
and the
right.
the Tetsu
Yeah.
Guard coming after you,
Yeah,
more or
there's
less.
this disease called the.
Anyways, there's a number of things. There is the samurai thing, and lastly, there is that dead drop.
God, we don't. That's way too fresh for Mordor to even want to touch that can of worms.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I'm not even entirely sure what to do about it. So, I mean, people that know more about it or have more, significance to it, I would rather wait for those parties to be involved with it before, like, stirring up anything with it.
Yeah. Plus, Mordor himself is not comfortable bringing it back up.
Mhm.
That is like, you know what? Maybe after we finish everything, maybe we can discuss this. But it is. Mordor
Yeah.
doesn't want to touch it. Specifically,
I know-
Mordor doesn't want to touch it.
I can think of one person that might have information in regards to that.
God, he said that he's gonna kill us though. Basically fight us the next time. But he.
Yeah, there
You know
is there is your local assassin. He
You know what?
I wouldn't consider him friendly, and even
No.
local is kind of pushing it, but yeah, he definitely knows a thing or two about the assassins of the city.
Mordor will keep the dead drop on him just for that purpose of just in case they see him. It might be enough of a deterrent to be like, hey, put that whole kill us thing on a small timeout for this.
Yep.
Yeah.
He was courteous enough to say that if him and his crew come across you, they're definitely gonna come and fight you. The crew
I
being, of
mean-
course, Jin and Gilbud.
I mean, thank you for being so courteous, but also that was something that we already knew.
Yep. Well, I
This
mean,
is a-
you've already had one run-in with Jin, and he was nice enough to not fight you, but and then the other run-in
Which
with
just
Jin was
drives him.
yeah. You caught him. You managed to roll high enough to make a check
I was gonna say,
on those checks
wasn't that by means of like a lucky roll, like a
Yeah.
really lucky roll?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Lamine
I
rolled
think
a
Lamine
20
nat 20'd and was just like, yeah, so whoever we come across is going to definitely help you. Rolls Jin. Okay, well, Jin will help you then.
Hilarious.
See, that's our luck when we go out without
Mhm.
Asha.
The other run-in, of course, is Mordrin's mini samurai adventures, where he ran into that samurai trainee Akechi.
God. Morden still has to do that duel, doesn't he?
Yep.
When we have time.
Now is not the time, Professor Oak.
I feel like there's a lot of research that needs to be done. Like, we have a lot of open ends that we could work on, and I don't know. From my perspective, it seems like not a whole lot of information relating to anything that we need to or should be doing.
The
Hmm.
only technical thing that we could go on is the main thing because we actually know where Walter and Date like work.
Yep.
It just
Yeah.
it just seems like all signs point to that.
Mai also does have have one of the
One of the
or
relics.
whatever.
Yeah, Morden does want that out of her hands. He still
Yeah,
hasn't
we
figured
can
out
get
how.
We need to get on the good side and see if we can convince her to part with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, you
that-
can always fight her for it. See how that'll turn out.
I feel like you were kind
Even
of
if we
gearing
could
us
do
for
that, I don't think Morden has the heart to do it.
Yeah.
Very much a last resort.
Yeah. Even if it was a last resort, I don't know if Morden would be able to do it. Ask me that like 3 months ago, I'd be like, fuck yeah, he'll steal a relic from a baby if he needed to.
DM.
Back when Caiaphas said any means necessary at your discretion.
Yeah.
Now it's just
But,
like,
Morden has grown a
What's
little
up,
bit.
Kyron?
Question for you, just because it hath been a minute, and I'm looking at my notes and wondering how much of this I actually remember.
Okay.
I have somewhere in my notes here following the whole like the Tetsu Slayer Force coming out and everything.
Mm.
I have a note here that there's like a rumor or somebody told us that there's an impersonator in the Yakuza. That's a thing that we learned, right?
That was a bit of information regarding Timur. So Timur said, so remember the job you and Yasha did for the trucks?
Yes.
That was under the instruction of an impersonator who made Timur give you that, do that order.
Yeah.
The impersonator made Timur give us that.
Yes.
Yep.
Which I think I've said it before that Morden thinks that this is probably the fucking demon guy,
The Herald.
the Herald. He thinks that it's probably the Herald.
Definitely.
That's his descriptions. Timur's descriptions regarding this character has been very vague, and his recollections of anything like to the impersonator was that he can't actually recall what he looked like.
Yeah.
And that coincides with another person whom, well, I guess, I don't know if Mordrin actually shared this detail, but regarding Fuyuto.
He did. I think he did actually share that
Yeah.
with the party.
I think you did share that information that Fuyuto also had an encounter with an individual, and the individual not only gave him gave him instructions and a relic, he also was vague in his physical descriptions and was unable to actually recall what he looked like.
Yes, I do remember that he did tell the party that because I do specifically remember
Yeah.
me going.
You had a
Will
vision.
Mordrin tell?
You kind of had a deep dive with his memory, and you were able to actually recall that. And even in the
Yeah.
memories, his appearance was distorted, and you couldn't actually see him.
Oh.
So,
Which all just goes back to Yuki Wonder Work. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
so we have two spots that the Herald showed up in. Well, I
Yeah.
mean, not like physical spots per se, but like two instances where he showed up in very close proximity, not including the time that he showed up as like a hologram or whatever in front of us in the
He
treehouse.
he pretty much astral projected into your guys' room and called
Yeah.
you guys bitches,
Yeah,
and then said that the Void Rider was gonna fuck shit up,
and he did.
Yeah, he did.
and he did.
And he did.
Oh, he did.
Yep.
I'm gonna get some water real quick, but I'm still here.
if you can hear me, Vico never
Yep.
got back to me about if he got any leads on the balloon-toting Hydra robot.
Oh
Unless he
yes,
did, and I didn't get a note on that.
the balloon hydra that ran away.
Right.
That was one of his things that he was going to investigate, along with the samurai.
Right.
So he's carrying that in sequence. So unless you guys want him to look into that first, he's gonna come back with the information on the samurai next.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got a one at a time the whole thing, cause
Sure.
it's a big city.
I just wanted to take check my tab.
Yep. So yeah, he's got one floating robot hydra on a balloons and a little metal wings. And then he's got the he's got the other thing that he's currently working into, which is the former owner of the gym and the blade master.
So, how long do you think Lamin's chore is gonna run?
I mean, we can. I don't know. We can try and wait a couple hours, but not much more than that, probably.
That's what I'm saying. I don't want to wait like 9 hours for Vico to come back.
Yeah.
That's wasted time.
Presumably he should be back soon. The man doesn't sleep much, so he's as bad as Mordrin.
Hey, kindred spirits, Lamine
Yep.
stairs. I mean, Vico, you have to learn to rest more.
Just think of what Tessa feels.
Hey, Tessa.
Hey Tessa. What?
Not even in the room.
Exactly.
Alright, well, let's just wait for Vico then. And gather information, send him out again, and then we'll go do the thing. And then do Walter and Guy.
Date.
And I can show people what Mordrin was working on the whole night.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
It is still Brosnov night, so.
And let me go grab it.
So the party's gonna wait to hear back about the samurai thing then?
Yep, and I whittle away on a block of wood.
Alright.
Okay.
Well,
Did you find wood?
Huh?
Where did you find wood?
Been kind of hanging on to this for a little bit. Knickknacks in my backpack, I get a little bored sometimes.
has he
Just,
considered
Helps
whittling?
pass the time.
Has he considered whittling a sculpture of a pumpkin eating a bear?
Oh my god.
Or a bear eating a
We
pumpkin?
already
Eating a
have
bear?
those.
Pumpkin eating a bear.
We have a
Yeah.
bear eating a pumpkin. We don't have a pumpkin eating a bear.
You know,
Exactly.
that's
You gotta do
fair.
the other way. Pumpkin eating a bear.
So, what Mordrin has been working on was enchanting his spell book, so he has a new one now. And it's pretty.
Can't see that.
Still can't believe that bear eating a pumpkin thing is a thing.
It is.
It's a wonderful thing.
Yeah.
If this ever gets legitimized, there's going to have to be a cover art of the bear eating a pumpkin on like a PDF file, like of the whole like. If this ever becomes like a book,
Yeah.
campaign
Look to
book
it,
on the front, on the front, everyone else has like something cool, like an epic dragon or a warlord or an evil sorcerer. My book, nah, bear eating a pumpkin.
Yes.
Classic.
But yeah,
Decidedly so.
Mordrin has enchanted his spell book. Yeah, that's what he was working on all night. It is now fancy.
Lovely.
And they don't have to worry about it. Or worry about the DM doing anything to it, even though he hasn't done anything to it. I mostly just wanted a fancy spell book.
Fancy digs, sir.
So it protects it against Mordrin accidentally doing something.
It's Mordrin
Or just,
proofed.
random things
It's Mordrin proof.
happening. Chiron proof?
It is
Okay.
Chiron proof. Yeah. It's immune to fire damage, water damage, and it no longer ages.
Oh.
Yeah.
Fancy.
Fancy
I'll learn
digs,
these.
sir.
So, You guys wait around. It's maybe 30 minutes when you hear Vico stroll up to the house and once again attempt to climb through the window, only to realize it's not exactly at it's a bit on the small side. And using a door would probably be more beneficial.
Yeah.
Is the,
Watch him scrabble around the window for a little bit.
Yeah.
is the window frame made of wood?
The window?
You'll
Yeah.
learn.
There's wood, but it's like a really small glass window.
Okay. Well, I mean, is it open?
It opens, but it like half opens, so you get like maybe like 5 or 6 inches to work with of like a width.
Alright.
It's like a slide window, but it's like maybe like a 3 foot by like 3 foot by 5 foot window.
Tiny.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's tiny.
As I see his hand come up, I'm gonna fire a crossbow bolt.
He's like, yeah, it's me.
Sorry, little on edge right now.
Yeah, I should have
Kyron,
probably
you're
knocked.
Kyron, you're always on edge.
That's just 'cause the ground ain't safe.
What what are you? No, you know what? Never mind. Sure, yes, the ground's not safe.
Well, sorry for that. Hope you guys are well rested. I did a little bit of investigating around, and didn't really come up with too many leads, but I did come up with one thing.
What you got for us?
Anything is better than nothing.
Well, supposedly there is a very, very talented blade master. Perhaps it's a rumor. It's a rumor, but supposedly your blade master is turned up at somewhere over in the southern part of the seaport. He keeps to himself in like a quiet little residence, nicer part of the city, honestly, and it's near the port. Supposedly, I'm not too sure if this is the same guy who ran your old the old gym place, but thing is that there's a number of really talented swordsmen out there that make their home in a seaport if they can't afford someplace in the Hanging Gardens or out in the Kettle.
I will keep it in mind.
Yep. It shouldn't be too long of a trek if you go by boat through the canals.
How well monitored are those canals right now?
Well, I didn't take to the canals too much. I did have to divert my routes a bit here and there, but I was able to steal a boat and go up through a couple districts without anyone really noticing. That being said, that might have been just in the middle of a break in the patrol.
Not to mention that it might be a little bit harder for all of us to
Hmm.
get around.
So you might be lucky, and there might just simply be a lull at the moment in the patrol.
I'll hope that's the case. We're gonna have to go up regardless.
Anything else?
Well, there's not much else past that.
That's fine.
Yeah. Supposedly the man is an old half elf. That's really it. Assuming this is the same guy, of course.
So far, it's checking out.
And the dude never comes out.
Well, I mean, I don't know if that's per se what he does or doesn't do. I just know that there is a man that somewhat fits your description who recently turned up. For all we know, he probably just moved in not even a day or so ago like you guys.
Kyron doubts.
all we have, so it's worth looking into.
Yep. It's only off of rumors and hearsay. I wasn't able to gather too much. No. I went
Do you trust that information?
I'm half-half on everything, if I'm perfectly honest. But I did go and inspect the house. I wasn't able to see anyone or anything there. Not that I got close. The place is a pretty big place, and it seems to fit the detail of some place that would be, well, I suppose, Blade Master of sorts. He kind of says that with a bit of a shrug. I don't know about you, but if I was a old master swordsman, I'd probably find a nice place to spend my late years in. So it seems like the kind of place that a tired old elf, half elf, would spend his life in.
Of course, the sort of place a lot of people like to spend their life in.
Well, not a lot of those places exist in Brosnov.
Kyron doubting immensely.
I didn't say everyone.
Super curious about these rumors. I mean, even if they're not true, why would somebody be spreading that kind of info around just to have it so easily grasped in the air? See, it seems fishy. This guy, in the rumors you were hearing about, what kind of heat is he packing?
It's not so much as people I went and questioned. As well, you may know I don't exactly go around asking people. I just simply sit around and listen in on what people have to say, regardless of whether they're preferably without them knowing I'm eavesdropping.
Understandable. Nonetheless, it would be helpful if there was any kind of info about if he's packing any sort of arms that seems a little out of the norm. There are so many blade masters around the city. Why does this guy have to be rumored unless he's got something tricky going on?
Well, I think the rumor really comes from that this guy recently came to the district. But you are right. A lot of blade masters. There are a lot of blade masters, though many people like to talk about them. After all, they were kind of some of the best warriors in Brosnov, at least during in their prime. Now many of them are, well, they're a bit old. They either go in and retire their blades or don't really do too much nowadays, unless they still got that youthful spirit or get a nostalgic stint that needs to get shaken off of them. Some of them go on to become teachers, and, well, others, they just quit the blade altogether. You know, Brosnov is a changing place, and, well, at some point, they were probably revered and powerful warriors. Now they're just old celebrities, I guess.
Suppose that's fair. Although all that considered, though, if this guy is most closely matching our description, then I suppose it would warrant a look.
If it helps, these rumors aren't stemming from just one simple source. Many of them were just listened in on from numerous people, but a number of them are also eager samurai blades that come around and, well, wander the streets out here, much like back home.
Reside myself to my whittling.
Now then, you wanted me to look into that Hydra, yes?
Yeah, do you got anything on that?
Not yet. I've been dedicating most of my time into, well, our other ordeals, but I can definitely start looking into that now.
Greatly appreciate that, friend.
No, not a problem. Maybe after a small break, though, and then I'll get going.
Take your time. We've got our own business to handle anyway.
Sounds good. And with that, he just flops on the couch and knocks out.
Wait, Yasha's on there.
Oh, I thought he
Oh,
went to
no.
the loft. Okay, he flops on Yasha.
Oh shit.
Unless somebody moved him up there, because I don't think Yasha. Actually, I have no idea. Would Yasha have woken up, scampered off into the lodge or loft?
Last
Or
time
he
I
just-
tried to do anything involving Yasha's body, it came to a bunch of roll-offs.
Nah, what I'll go ahead and I'll do is he goes to the loft then. If Yasha, I thought Yasha went to the loft, that's why.
Well, I mean, he passed out, and honestly, didn't know if he just continued to be passed out,
Who?
or if he managed to get up, and then just
Who,
scampered
Yasha?
off up there.
Oh. I mean, it's whichever one you guys decide. He kind of knocked out in place, so I presume that the couch was probably easier.
Yes.
So Vico's just gonna climb up the loft and just scuttle in there and sleep.
There you
That
go.
works.
And
Alright.
homeboy's out like a light.
Well, you want to go off of hearsay or actual knowledge we have? One is farther.
He does give you the information of where this place is. So much like the Aurora, you do know where it is, relatively.
Well, it's like, you want to go off of hearsay, but it's closer, or go off of information we know, but it's farther.
I don't mind going straight to Walter. This whole thing is more of a side thing, honestly.
Straight to Walter
At
it
least-
is.
At least at the moment, it's only a side thing. As far as I know, it's not relating to anything larger. But
Mm-hmm.
Knowing our luck,
strange.
it's going to lead us straight to, I don't know, the Merchants Guild, something's gonna be related to it. That's gonna be in the bigger picture that we'll have to deal with eventually. Oh no, maybe he has a relic.
Well, it is.
Walter's
does
actually
involve a
part
very-
relic.
Wow, Mortar's not that mean, okay?
Damn.
He cannot call anybody old except for Kyron.
That's fair.
Well, the relic is old, but he is young. It's just keeping him alive.
Oh,
Nah, I'm kidding.
Is the thing that you want to do on the way to Walter and Date?
I don't think so.
No. It's still gonna be within the district. So it's you either have to leave the district and go back to the toolbox, which Vico and Tessa live at, because it's in that area, or you go within the district and you go to the Southport. Southport, you guys are somewhat familiar with. That's how you got into Brosnov, was through Southport.
I meant Lamine's thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that is my
that's
thing.
yeah,
Oh,
that's in
okay.
Southport. That's in Southport.
Oh, right. Because we just
Yeah.
got all that info right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The supposed Blade Master's locale is in Southport.
Right.
Yeah.
I second Walter and Date if that's the case.
right.
Yeah.
Walter and Date it is.
Alrighty. Well, you guys are gonna take a regular route then, or how y'all want to do this? You gonna put on disguises?
I'm assuming we're always in our disguises, so
Never hurts to check.
I am always looking like a funky, fresh, Fitton
Yep.
with a really
That's-
shitty,
That's
interesting
right.
accent.
You're a strangely thin Vinton with a strange accent.
Right.
Um,
I'm the,
then you've got-
weird ass marine
got-
biologist.
you've got the
Question mark.
you've got the punk rock wizard / marine biologist, and then you've got the
And you've got mom.
you've got the naval warrior, naval marine, naval marine, naval marine warrior, with Lamine.
This is fine.
This is, and yet you are not the strangest thing to be seen on the streets of Brosnov.
We are not.
You're actually pretty par for the fucking course.
Yeah.
Thank
it's a
God.
good thing.
But yeah. Hold on one quick second.
1. You lied.
Okay. So y'all are just gonna take the regular old trek back. I think it'll only take a few hours for you to go back with the
Yeah.
simple, but with the added threat of possible Tetsu stops, which I'm
Yeah.
going to roll to see what their intensity is at right now.
I will auto yes and skip all cutscenes to get to where
No, the content! You're gonna drop right in and you're fighting a fucking werewolf the size of a house.
Oh shit, how could I have not seen this coming?
Okay, I have rolled the level of intensity that the Tetsu
Hold
guard
on,
are.
I'm gonna
doing
write
their
a
stuff.
review right now about how much this story sucks. All the cutscenes.
Skipped all the cutscenes, beat a 12-hour game in 2 hours. The story sucks. Alright.
Oh, man.
In any case, yeah, I have rolled for the Tetsu guard. Are you guys just gonna do a normal route then?
Yeah, I
most-
guess, but
Or
you know,
were you gonna try and be a little bit more
cautiously?
discreet? Or
yes,
We would
take some
love to
back
be discreet.
roads?
yes,
Alright.
we would love to be discreet.
Alright, there will be some extra checks and possibilities of run-ins, but it lowers your chances with the Tetsu guard.
Motherfucker.
Well, yeah, you're trying to be discreet. But yeah.
Said we would love to be discreet, man.
You're being discreet, which means you gotta take things slow. You can definitely go out, you can just simply go out in your disguises and just, like, take it on that chance.
Well, when you say it like that, I'm a little nervous now.
Maybe I should kind of reiterate and clarify. So, you have your disguises, you get your disguise checks. You can go the extra mile of taking a longer route, which will cost more time, and it will have an extra encounter or a chance of encounter. However, the benefit is you greatly lower the chance of Tetsuguard
Tetsuguard.
because
Yeah.
you're you up the DC for Tetsuguard to show up basically for my guys, but you also increase the chance of more shit just to kind of show up since you're out and about more. You're
Should
trading
keep it that.
You're trading Tetsuguard for street thugs and other weird shit.
Freak thugs and weird shit is probably preferable, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you know, something's
We
gonna
get into a
happen.
scuffle with some thugs. We can just punch them in the face and, like, whatever.
Yeah. I mean, you beat up vampires in a nightclub. I think you can handle a pack of swarthy thugs.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, just cast major spell, body slam with couch.
I cast fist.
I so want to just, at some point, exchange my fighting style for the one where my fists become 1d8.
Mm.
Like, just go full on.
God.
We're fisticuffing now.
Let's go.
Mom has had enough.
Come face my holy mom fists.
Jesus.
God.
In any case,
He is at this point. I swear.
all right, you don your disguises. Make a disguise check for me, please.
Me doesn't even have
Stealth.
her armor.
Make a stealth check, please.
Oh boy. I love making dumb decisions and then immediately going, right. Exhaustion 1 does this.
Why did I elect to do
Let's
this?
go. That is an 8.
Let's go.
How long? God, that doesn't last very long at all.
I'll take a 12.
Oh, roll one more, Kyron. It's with advantage. I'm sorry.
fuck.
Oh, case, I'll just roll. Do you want me to take the first one or the second one, or just re-roll?
It'll be the first one for you.
Okay, so the first one will be a 15.
Cool.
Maybe the next dice I roll it becomes a 5.
Hooray.
Yeah. Oh yeah, cause you're not in heavy armor right now, right? Or are you still?
I am. That's why I'm not rolling a disadvantage.
Oh.
Because I have made it.
Mm,
Yeah.
Oof. That's okay.
Guys, why is the elf that did not sleep rolling the best out of all of you?
Shouldn't you be a disadvantage for this since you're exhausted?
Yeah, that's why I did a straight roll, and I asked you which roll do you want me to take, and you told me
Oh,
take the first one.
you just take the first one regardless, because that's your first roll.
Yeah, so I rolled the
Yeah.
12, and I have +3, so.
Let's see.
Me
And the
doesn't
answer to
really
your question
build
is because
things
nothing.
You're
Because
just being
nothing's-
glad she even has a deck bonus. Okay.
You know what? That's fair.
Hold on, I think there's another version of Tristan. Been kind of wanted to use this song for a little bit, even though it's not very doesn't really fit too well with this, but I feel like for sneaking around it will.
Oh, I do have that spell. Shit.
You do? God damn it.
Okay, you pass through several alleyways, making your way from the district. However, you are not really perturbed by anything. Simply put, just peddlers show up. Just people selling crap.
Okay.
Hello, people selling stuff.
Yep,
Sorry.
just street peddlers. People who are just like, hey, you want to buy these things? And half the stuff is either like, some of this shit kind of looks like it got stolen. Some of this stuff's kind of like, pretty sure these are scams.
I wish not to buy any of that because it looks like actual physical crap.
Yeah, it like I'm not even like bother with warranting a roll. Like you guys kind of take one glance, and these guys just the only thing they're convincing you is how scamazy these guys are. Basically, these guys are very illegitimate, but they're not. They don't mean any ill will. They're just like, yo, you want to buy some of this? One dude's like selling like, I don't know, selling like half broken crap that looks very like jank. Broken watches and things that look like they got like picked off the streets.
Because they probably did.
Because they probably did. Like the quality of these items don't really convince you. Cool. All right. Second encounter. Okay. Let's see here. Ooh, all right. There is a pack of 6 thugs. Oh.
Oh.
So,
It is a pack of Vitten.
Oh.
These dudes look like sailors.
Okay. Why do sailors even care about? You know, I guess we're gonna find out.
Yeah, and they see you and they're just like, okay, no, nope. They are walking towards you.
Boy, you lot.
They're like, yeah, you guys look a little lost.
No. We're not lost. No.
I don't think that happens commonly.
Yeah, happens a lot around us, if you know what I mean. How's about we bring you back to the road for a small fee?
What would count as said small fee?
Ah, whatever you got carrying on you, of course.
I see.
We could use some beer money for a night or 3. Right, boys? Hmm.
Hmm.
I'm not playing as Ryzel. I can't just instantly blow him up with fucking 10 attacks.
Plus, we wouldn't want that.
Wild
Um.
Surge.
God. Chaos Tide.
Whoa.
Chaos Tide. Tide of Chaos, or whatever it's called. Anyways.
Kill him.
Well, just-
I'm kidding. Yeah, these Vitten also,
they want our money.
these are thugs. They want your money. They're not just generic thugs, by the way. You can kind of clearly note on one of them is these sailors. One of them's got their sleeves rolled up, and you can see like right on his forearm a big friggin' anchor, and it just says Khan's Navy right on the front.
Oh,
Cool.
shit.
Alright.
Yeah, these guys are. I rolled very high on
These
thugs.
guys are a bunch of fuckheads. Is what they are.
It's the local big dogs.
Mortar just kind of like looks at Lamine and he telepathically tells her, "How do you want to do this? Do you want to do this the easy way, or should we do this the way that well, I guess the hard way?"
Do it the Yasha way.
Actually, by the way, because I not used to. I think Lamine would be the one holding the bag of holding now, because Yasha was holding before.
Oh, true.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything you guys need, I'm going to presume that you took it with you from Yasha.
Yasha would have that. So, which is really more of like if I want to get my cannon out, but I don't really want to do that.
Did I say 6 or 5? Sorry. I think I said
Said
6.
You definitely said 16.
You did definitely say 6. No, it's 6.
I said 16. Awesome. There are 16 Vitten here.
And
I'm kidding.
man,
You need
Brother.
16 people to apprehend 3. I think you've gone a little overboard.
I mean,
we win
considering
we
cons-
win these. We
con-
win these.
considering the party that I'm considering what this party is capable of doing, I think that's a fair fight.
You know that's fair.
They're all.
But
They're
anyway.
all.
Let me be straight with you here. I'm pretty sure you guys can manage a fight of 16 Vitten.
It turns out they're all
Probably.
1 HP.
Shit.
But yeah, I will deter to Lamine how she wants to do this.
I actually already have. I determined ahead of time how much money I actually have on me.
Mm.
I do that like every time we go out. I preemptively determine exactly how much money I have on my person for things like this. So because I'm not actually gonna be carrying around the 4,000 fucking gold.
Yeah,
I have.
no.
Probably don't want to hand over 4 grand to these guys.
No.
I will take out my coin purse or whatever, my pouch, whatever my money is in. I'll just plop it on the ground in front of them.
Just plop it on the ground.
Does this convince you that we're not lost?
Roll
80 gold in
me 80 gold.
Yep.
Roll diplomacy or persuasion.
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 I'll drop. I love channel divinity time.
Go, God, go. God, please. Yay, God.
God is good, and God says bribe him. Yeah, the Vinton pick up the little, one of the Vinton cautiously leans in to pick it up and kind of backs up a little bit, thinking like, okay, is this a stunt? Like, are they gonna pull shit on me right now? And,
Incredibly.
yeah, a couple of them kind of huddle around as they're looking through, and one of them's just like, holy shit. And they're just like, so, we're gonna let them pass? Or like, you can kind of hear them muttering
That
about,
worked.
muttering about like,
Did it work?
we're gonna let them pass, or I mean, you just shook them down. And then there's like, I don't know.
I can't believe it worked.
Okay, it's worked. And you did roll high enough to convince them, so they said, it was like, all right, I'll let you guys slide this time. You paid a fine fee. Now, Get on with ya. And with that, they let you pass.
I will have a nice day as I pass them.
Yep. Some of them are kind of like chuckling and jeering, and the others are giving you sort of like both like very excited, but also very like kind of wish we fought, but okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought we were gonna fight.
I thought we were gonna fight. People get shaken down usually don't give money, but then again, it's also 6 fucking Vitten. They're like, well, there are 6 of us, and we're huge.
Yeah.
I make a shitty big open mouth English dub for overseas show laugh.
Jesus Christ. It's like Enter the
Alright.
Fist all over again.
Aaron, are you having a stroke? You okay?
I just did my head a little. I'm like, why did I choose this?
Oh boy.
Porter just kind of like looks at you, Kyron, just like, would it be better if I just taught you how to speak Vinton?
No.
Can you speak Vinton?
Mortar nods.
Someone shows up. It's an encounter. I'm rolling your last one.
Damn it! I'm trying to talk to Morton about him knowing Vinton.
Hold
Yeah.
on, sir. I need to talk to my boyfriend here. You understand, didn't?
Yeah. Yeah, he can. You
Excuse
can,
me, ask me
mean?
no pickles.
Alright, go ahead and do your thing, but your encounter is set up. Do your thing.
In this most. What made you want to learn that? Just convenience? I'm supposed to make sense here.
Well, convenience, and also when you know who your most likely enemies are, it's easier just to learn their language.
And
Vinton don't like magic.
Brosnov has also had a couple of wars with the Vinton from Fjordheim. Historically
That too.
speaking.
That too.
fair enough.
Yeah, the Vinton and Brosnov
for
weren't
her.
always friends. They've had a few wars. Yeah, Brosnov is like just like these Vinton are ruining everything, like the Valvadiri and these Vinton ruin everything about Brosnov, like the Valvadiri and Brosnov, and the Bastion and Brosnov, and the elves like Brosnov, and the Brosnovians like Brosnov. Damn Brosnovians, they
God.
ruined Brosnov.
Yeah,
The
Mortar
frickin'
would
Simpsons.
kind of add, Lamine, Mortar would add, it's the same reason why I know Dwarvish.
Not on good terms either?
Assuming you know the relationship generally with dwarves and elves.
Broad strokes,
Mm.
perhaps?
Well,
Generally.
Mordrin, I'm gonna kind of say that
Little
while in most cases dwarves and elves do kind of be contentious,
but not in generally Brosnov, right?
Brosnov is actually pretty cool with
With
elves.
Like the elves and the dwarves are cool.
Yeah, elves and dwarves are typically cool. It's the kings dwarves, like the kings, those dwarves that aren't
Yeah,
cool with anybody.
That's probably mostly why, honestly.
But yeah.
Just in case he runs into them. But yeah. Same reason why he knows Dwarvish.
Alright. Makes sense, I suppose.
Yeah.
That's. I
Yep.
did not know that beforehand. About Mordrin.
Yeah. Mordor knows 5 different languages. Somebody help him.
Wow.
You
Yep, I
know
know
4 of them. You just don't know the 5th one. That might come in handy later. We'll see.
sure it's weird.
Well, in any case,
Oh, weird.
your third encounter,
weird.
your final stretch of this
Right.
road.
What is it?
You have an encounter of someone. It's Akechi.
Mortarin sees him and immediately tries to just walk away. Nope.
He
Nope.
unfortunately locks eyes with you as soon as yours meet his, and he immediately runs towards you and recognizes you very quickly.
Mortarin just slaps his face.
Yep.
Oh my god.
He's just like, ah, if it isn't my dearest rival. Well, that's quite the interesting attire you've donned today.
Yes.
Nice.
The same one that I had before.
I forget, did you have the disguise beforehand or
He's-
not?
Mortarin. Wait. I think
think-
yeah. We met Akechi after
After the disguise?
after the disguises.
Ah,
That, yeah.
okay. So
yeah.
he
So
will
yeah.
recognize you very quickly then.
We have
Yeah.
disguises set up, though.
Yeah. He
You know. Wait. You know what? I think you're right. I think he didn't actually have it donned on. He met him on his way to basically put it on.
well,
So
regardless, disguise or no, Akechi knows you.
yeah. I guess I would change my thing just being like, yeah, this is my normal clothes.
Yep. He's just like, ah, you needn't see more. I know what this is. Clearly, this is some sort of training for your samurai swordsmanship. Very
Amazing.
wise indeed.
Yes.
Well, in any case, before we part ways again, we must, as true rivals, duel once more. I hope you're prepared for this, as I have been studying the blade quite fiercely since our last encounter, friend.
Love this guy.
And as he does so, he draws his little sword out, and well, I wouldn't say little. It's he draws his training sword out, and he's like, "Come now, let us duel."
Morden immediately asked Lamine telepathically, can you help me out of this? And also, can you ask him his name? I don't remember it.
Oh boy. Lamine really wants to be a gremlin right now, not gonna lie.
She can be whatever she wants to be. Mortarin gave her the power, so it is up to her what she wants to do with that power.
Do what you must.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I'm speaking to this guy. Hello. We have not met before. What is your name?
Oh, why? I am the great Akechi. I am your dear friend's mortal rival of sorts. Although
Mortar start writing that name down.
Lamine is thoroughly amused by this
we
entire
may
situation.
have a shadow with us tonight,
Hey.
so we may have a fourth. But in any case, yeah, yeah, I am Akechi. I'm a samurai in training, hoping to become one of the greatest blade masters of Brosnov. Our last meeting was very brief, and your dear friend here was it was a chance encounter of fate with him one day in the streets, and since then I have been inspired to become a greater swordsman, so that the next time we'd meet I'd be able to defeat him.
He reminds me of a Wayne. I can't lie.
Kinda does. Yeah. Mortar just gives Lamine more context. This is the guy that won that duel
She
against.
knows. She knows.
It's
She
just
put two and two together. Look, she figured that out the moment he walked up and started blabbing.
you know what? That's fair.
Like, oh, it's like, who is this guy? Oh, that's who he is.
Yeah.
Hold on, I need.
All right, Lamine, what are you gonna say?
This.
Let me look at it.
No.
Let me get a shot.
Let me see. Nope. I'm just trying to find some good music for
Shadow
this.
Joy. Very good.
But yeah.
Now in sword hand.
Y'all do what you gotta do. Yeah, go ahead and roleplay out if you guys have anything else to continue off of.
Try and see if I can get this guy to like postpone this fated rematch. Well, as much as I'd like to see you duel again, we are on something of a pressing concern.
Here we go. This works.
Is there a chance we could delay your fated rematch with your dear rival?
You're gonna have to do a persuasion check.
Persuade him, Mom, please.
23?
23?
Yay! It's Shadow!
Hey, hey. Unfortunately, you're 23. Oh god. There's feedback. Unfortunately, you're 23. Despite that, falls
My
short.
God.
And while he understands and hears your pleas of being like, well, normally I would it would be, you know, it would be prudent to aid another. In this case, we are kindred spirit samurai, samurai who must fight at the chance of encounter. After all, this is how we improve and test ourselves. I beg of you, one quick bout, and then I shall depart.
Well, carry on then. He doesn't seem too upset by this, all things considered.
Amazing. Yes.
Ready to action.
Oh my god.
What are you gonna do?
I'm not gonna do it right now. I'm trying to think about if I want to just ready up or if I just want to go for it right now. I think I'm gonna ready up.
Just gonna move that there for you now.
I hope that this guy can at least beat Mortarin while he has disadvantage on all attack rolls. I think he has this. Wait, does he have disadvantage on attack rolls? Oh no, oh god, I still have my attack rolls. So basically what's happening right now, Poverty, is Mortarin has a samurai rival because Mortarin won a duel against a samurai.
Of course he does.
He was carrying around his
all the
sword
people.
on a little walk with Yasha, and he ran into a samurai who was like, "Wait a minute, you were a student of Master Fuyuto. I must duel you."
So he's from the school.
He's an up and coming like, you know, I want to be a best samurai ever, and so he found out that Mortarin came from Fuyuto's school.
Is this the long sword or is this the other sword? I don't remember what it was.
I think this was the long sword. I don't know what
Okay.
other sword you're carrying.
I also technically have a short sword, but you know.
You could do that as well. It's either or.
I'll do short sword.
Yep.
That's probably better than a katana. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the katana basically just follows the long sword, short sword stats.
Okay. Yeah, except katana I would believe would be more of a finesse weapon than a longsword is. Longsword would use more than strength, which is why I don't want to use it.
Longsword
the
is a
same
finesse
time,
weapon too. Is it not?
No, it's not. It is
No.
not.
Only
It's
short sword?
versatile.
the basic longsword is not finesse.
Ah, I see.
Yeah. So, do you want the katana? I mean, technically Mortarin does have the training sword still, but he
Yep. I
probably
mean,
doesn't have it on him.
he's got his training katana right now, so.
Oh my god. You know what? I'll just use the short sword stats, but have it be the training katana. Be like, Mortarin's just like, oh my god. And Mortarin's just gonna hope that he just gets beaten by this guy and he never bothers him again. Alright, boss, how are we gonna do this?
Roll initiative. It's 3 rounds.
Okay, I have disadvantage on initiative. I rolled a 6.
You rolled a 6. All right. Well, he goes first. What's your
Okay,
AC?
good. AC is always a 16.
You missed. Swing
Oh
back.
my god. A 14.
You strike him.
Oh my god. Do I have to do damage too?
No, there's no damage for this.
Okay, good.
In a duel, it's in these duels it's just a quick 1, 2, 3. All right. Second round. AC
Come on,
16.
man. Come
Oh,
on.
he hits.
Okay,
So it's
good.
1-1.
It's
Go ahead and
1-1.
swing back.
Please, my dude.
Oh my god.
Mordred, stop!
It's 2-1. All right,
God.
final round. Okay,
Oh
he
my
hits.
Okay. Oh my god. It'll be funny if it was a draw. Come on, draw. Oh,
Nope.
No!
You soundly beat him.
Now everyone has seen Mortarin beat this poor guy up. Mortarin's not even trying. Lamine has never seen Mortarin hold a sword before. Like, oh, actually, wait, no, that's a lie.
That's a lie. You got training in the academy,
Well, Lamine
the
never saw
dojo.
it.
This is also true.
I mean,
But you did get training.
I got training for 1 day.
you also started with proficiency in them, did you not?
Yeah.
It's true. This is
So
true.
technically
Some point
speaking, you
in your
you did do
upbringing, someone
training.
trained
Is
Oh, like-
it? You know what? That's fair.
You
But
you
now-
got some basic training under your belt on top of the samurai, the 1 day of samurai training that you got from Fuyuto's academy or dojo.
Yes.
So
And
you
that is enough for this poor guy to be soundly defeated by a wizard.
yep. Hey man, don't doubt the power of a wizard, man. Some wizards can fight like that. Look at Gandalf. He's an old wizard,
You know what? Fair.
and
Those are
he's
meaningful.
he's still
sword.
wading through oceans of orcs, killing people with his sword.
Hell yeah, man, gallantry.
Mordern is not even trying, and he just looks. You can't tell if he's just disappointed or sad that he beat him again.
Yep. Well, soundly defeated. Akechi is somewhat disheartened by his loss, and he's like, "I was so close too." And then he kind of looks onto you, and he says, "You're an amazing sword fighter. Clearly the type of person that would be a worthy rival of me. Worry not, friend. I'll be sure to come back even stronger, so that our next duel will be even closer. Perhaps one day I will surpass you. I look forward to that day." And with
that day too.
Yep. With that, he thanks you and fucks right off. He
I
wishes you guys well, and then he's just like, "All right, I'm gonna go back to doing my samurai training. Till next time."
Step up next, I step up next to Mordorin. You seem to be making friends, Mordorin. Making friends.
Is this how you normally make friends?
No, I don't think so.
That's what I thought.
It could have been certainly worse.
It could be worse. Mordrin just kind of gives a sigh and just like, I think I have the qualifications to train him. If we didn't have other concerns to deal with.
That's what you'd like to do.
Honestly, it might be better than him trying to come at me.
Well, at least he's not Jin. He's actually being friendly about it.
Yeah, but
Jin
man,
shows up, he's
Mordrin-
just like, "I'm gonna kill you."
Well, not only that, but also Jin is definitely the better swordsman out of the two. If Mordorin won a sword fight against Jin, I will give you $100.
Damn, I'm about to throw a match.
No, you're rolling in the chat for that. But yeah.
Oh no, why does Jin suddenly have a -5 and disadvantage? How terrible.
You know, it'd be funny. You still win with that.
Oh my god.
But
Imagine.
yeah. Well, we gotta catch up Shadow with what happened.
Yep, I will do this at well, I guess now is better than later. just figuring out a way to segue you in was just the
Holy
tricky
hell.
part. I'm gonna say that since you guys returned back to the district, you make a stop at Tessa's, because, well, it's on the way. And,
Hey, you're finally awake.
God.
Poverty's there. And she's just like, hi, where have you been?
An Imperial ambush. Who's that thief over there?
What year is it?
Bruh. But yeah. Poverty, you just got back on your own. You were
2011
out.
Always has been.
This is great, but also a little bit alarming because what I kind of had written for you and during your out time was you went off with Roland to assist him on his part of his job, which was to help find that a reliable source to help him with the sword locator device that Tessa's working on. Poverty, I'm just gonna kind of hand this to you since this is kind of like I kind of had something written up for this. If you're cool with this,
Okay, sure.
and then from there we'll do recap for you. So you spent a great deal of time out with Roland and the mercenaries. You know, Lamine's boyfriends.
God. Every time
You're-
you remind me.
Your wonderful merry crew of 12 well-trained crossbowmen and a few riflemen, and led by the vice prince himself. And he's been turning every rock and stone over to find a reliable smith. And so there's good news and some bad news. The bad news being fairly apparent that it's just Poverty that's come back, and the 12 merry men, as you know.
Oh.
Roland did not come back with you guys.
Oh.
And the reason being is that, for two very, very solid reasons, he was able to find that a master smith who is capable of working with all forms of metals. This man is like a legend among smiths and metalworkers and dwarf kind alike. He is a very old and very grumpy dwarf, known for working on a lot of major projects known as the Brosnov Wonders. Unfortunately, he's not in Brosnov proper.
Oh.
He was, several months ago, arrested by the Tetsu Guard,
Oh,
and
God.
he was locked away in maximum security.
Oh, Jesus.
And maximum security presides on an island that sits on a small. It's a small series of islands that chain off from Brosnov, about half a day's travel away. Yeah, they're in Alcatraz. They're in a big maximum security prison, known as the Black Rock Islands. Yeah, and so Roland is going to get him, or at least going to find him. And so he devised and has entrusted you guys with the plan of going and finding them and busting them out.
Thanks, Roland.
Yeah,
Fucking
he's going
thanks, dude.
because nobody knows. Well, you don't have to bust them out like, go and pull them out of the prison. You can also do this legally. But,
I don't
Roland.
think we're in the position to do things legally.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
This wasn't entirely a plan that was entirely fully thought out. In fact, this was a plan hatched with less than a day,
It sounds like a plan to hatch that shortly.
because in the same time, roughly within the same time span of you and Roland finding out about this, the crackdown happened, and Roland was detained under suspicion. And so, to which then, he pretty much was just like, alright, well, if I'm gonna get detained, the fastest way to find myself in prison is just going with these guys.
God.
So yeah, that was pretty much his game plan. And he's like, all right, I'm gonna be going to prison, guys. You're gonna have to find me there.
Oh my god.
We're going to jail.
Pretty much. So yeah, he's Roland is currently being hauled off to Blackrock, the Blackrock prison.
Oh my god.
Right. To pull off a plan like this, we're gonna need a great team. Chiron, demolitions.
He does have
Guys that you
explosives.
really-
Oh boy, the role I was born to be in.
Little
So,
about his guns.
That being said, this is not a very time sensitive, this is not really a time sensitive ordeal. The ship that's going to be the ship that's going to be taking Roland is not in any speedy hurry, and of course they're not. It's a maximum security prison. They're not going anywhere. These guys don't get executed when they're in maximum security. They're just locked away. Poverty, you kind of innately know about Blackrock, and you know that anyone who goes to Blackrock stays in Blackrock.
Oh,
This is your last stop. You live out your days there. So yeah. Anyways, party. You might want to catch up Poverty.
I'm having a mental breakdown right now, so or rather
Yeah.
Cordoran is. So
You know, kind of thinking about it right now. I probably should have started with you guys telling Poverty what she missed.
Okay.
That's okay. I've been sitting on this plot
Oh,
for
don't
like
worry,
2
I
months.
completely understand.
I have been sitting on this plot for so long, ready to spring it on you guys. So I'm very excited.
This is just like me with the Tails campaign of when I knew you guys were gonna fucking destroy Xerius.
Thanks.
Anyways,
I'm
you're
so
welcome.
glad.
Don't worry, I'm equally excited about what's gonna happen next session. But go on.
Yep. Party,
Okay.
go ahead and recap for Poverty in your character.
God, how long has it been? What was the last thing?
Last session was we fought and defeated Fuyuto. Oh shit! Poverty! Hold on, I have to give you something. Hold on. Where is it? Where is it?
Can we do this at Tess? Are we at Tessa's?
Yeah, you guys regrouped at Tessa's because it was on the way to Walter and Date's.
I give Poverty a pouch of 300 gold.
Oh.
Remember the gold that you want to get from the academy? We got it back.
Oh
Here's
yeah.
your portion.
You may also want to give him the paycheck of from Caiaphas and
God, I don't remember all that money. Does anybody remember?
I think there was like 1,000. And then I think you guys also got, how much did you guys get from Timur?
Did you say
400?
300 gold?
Yeah, you get 300 gold from me. 1,000 from Caiaphas, and I think it's 400 from Timur.
Yep. So
all in all,
1,700.
you're
Yeah.
1,700 gold, yeah.
Because
Nice.
you were here, even though you weren't. You were still here.
Yes.
You've even kept your nameplate. I moved it over Yasha's for now.
Yeah.
Mostly because I
like
don't want to
Yasha.
move the character profiles around. Nothing
This
against
is still not
nothing against poor Yasha. So yeah, so the last thing you guys had done together was Fuyuto. Man, there's a lot that you gotta get caught up on.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I would easily hit her with the 5-minute scan, but last I recall, Poverty and I are not friends.
You have 5 minutes to reconcile this and tell the story. Go.
Alright, Yasha got knocked out by a tree. That's all Mordred's fault. But before that happened,
That is not what happened. That is not what happened at all.
You had 5
Morgan
minutes.
wins-
You botched it in less than 2. Boy.
You botched it in 2 seconds. And now you made Mortarin feel bad. How did that make you feel, Karen?
Not great, but we gotta get her up to speed. We have a lot of things to do.
Mm-hmm.
He's now Mooterin.
Great.
Shit.
Mooterin.
Thunder is already Mooterin.
He's Saturn now.
Oh.
Offer some nukes.
What was
So-
the first thing that immediately happened afterwards? Was it the
Uh,
highway chase?
yes,
think-
it was the highway chase.
Well, there's the
Hold on.
there's
I have
Timur.
Chronological. Hold on. Wait, I have this chronologically with my journal. I also have alcohol in my system. So bear
There's
with
the
me.
whole dance thing. There's Timur.
Yeah.
There's-
So there's the nightclubs. There's meeting Timur. Then there's the trucks and the robot Hydra.
Okay.
Oh, we're all.
So the club happened first.
Oh, we're
Alright.
all drastically different than what you last saw, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh
We
my
look
god, that is
nothing
true.
like we did before.
Mm.
This is true.
Nothing. We have new outfits.
They had to get new disguises.
Would you like to hear them, Shadow?
Yeah, what do you look like?
Kyron basically looks like a very thin and very weird Vinton. Because he's wearing you're wearing platform
Pelts.
boots, aren't you?
Pelts and furs, platform boots, and a Vinton cap. So imagine like very like steppe nomad winter outfit, like very Mongolian wintry like pelts and coats and stuff on his character.
I open my mouth and just go.
Exactly.
Warner basically came out of an MCR concert.
Yep. Mordorin is going with the punk rock look,
Nice.
and then Lamine. Did you want to give yours or?
But just pretty kind of like samurai, I guess. Like, not. Yeah. She got the guns out though.
More
That's the
traditional,
main thing.
yeah, more traditional warrior garb.
She's got an arm sock.
Oh, that's
Whatever
right,
the
you've
heck
got the
it's
arm
called,
sock thing.
Sleeve, like one sleeve.
Yeah.
Sleeve. But yeah, she got
I'm still gonna
Otherwise,
call
it
it the
actually-
samurai arm sock.
samurai arm sock.
Yeah.
Which I guess I mean, I guess you might have seen it from art now, but she has tattoo. She's tattooed.
Yeah. But yeah. First thing we did was do the club. That's where we found
Timur.
Timur. Yep. And then the whole the strip club. Anyways, then the Herald showed up.
That was a very side thing. You missed
Yeah.
you're forgetting about Yasha dancing.
Oh right,
a lot.
Yasha. Yeah.
A lot dancing.
Yasha danced and got a smooch from like 2 different ladies. Almost got the hat trick. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just true. It happened.
And he also outdanced the Yakuza grunt.
Which is how we got the meeting with Timur.
I just have the bear skeleton right now because I'm going through what my
Yep.
notes say like very briefly. But yeah, after that, the Herald showed up.
Yep. The Herald pretty much showed up in spirit form to mock the party and tell them that there's fuckery about and he's gonna have you guys basically deal with it, which the party did deal with, which was the Void Rider. So there was that.
We got in a train crash.
Yep.
Oh,
Wait, I think something else happened first.
you skipped after Timur, after meeting Timur, there was the truck.
There was that whole
Yeah.
madness.
Yeah.
Why
So
do
we're
I
gonna
have
back
so
up.
many different ones? Okay, so basically then there's the prep for Void Rider, and then the Void Rider.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the highway chase though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's the highway fight.
highway-
That happened
Yeah,
before
highway
Void
fight.
Rider.
Yeah.
What-
Jonathan
what
Is
highway
that in
fight?
here?
Jonathan
there it is.
Perrin went off to
Found it.
do a job that is sort of fake, but we'll
Yeah.
get into that later. They
Timur.
got into a whole highway chase with 3 trucks, crashed all of them, and apparently a robot Hydra popped balloons out of his body and flew away.
Yeah. One of the trucks was carrying a robotic Hydra.
Oh,
Yeah.
in my notes that happened after Void Rider.
It did not.
That was before.
It was definitely before.
Well, here's the thing. The Herald showed up, I think, and then the truck thing happened.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
maybe I didn't write down that.
And
we,
then you guys did prep
I
because
probably didn't take any notes about the.
I have my journal entries written chronologically, so
yeah.
I got this shit.
That's what I'm thinking is what exactly happened was the you guys went to the party. Harold showed up, mocked you guys, told you the Void Rider's coming, vanished.
And then
Timur's message got sent to you guys, which is do the truck thing, because only Yasha and Kyron went and did it, while you guys did early prep, and then when the boys came back from it, you guys did the full prep, and then the Void Rider shit happened.
yes.
Right.
Exactly.
I don't have any notes about the actual Void Rider fight because there was no information to be had in that session. It was literally just fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we went out looking for a fight. We found a fight with a weird horseman.
Yeah.
Weird. Derailed the train.
Weird shadow horseman that he
We fought him on a train. The train, when we beat him, the train derailed with us in it.
yeah, because he blew up
Yeah.
when he died.
We got out. Morden went unconscious, but got out.
And
obviously,
yeah.
it was not fun though. We felt like what was it, like 200 feet in the train?
Yeah, you guys fell
like
like a good 200 feet.
It was a sick ass fight.
Yep.
It was pretty sick, but man,
I was
That hurt.
in single digits.
Yeah.
that shit hurt.
Yeah.
Nobody came out of that fight unscathed.
Yep. And between all the fuckery of that, oh, there's also the raiding the warehouse.
Oh right.
Oh,
Where is that in my?
God.
Oh my. It's in here somewhere. But I'm basically reading what my titles say. So, when was that warehouse raid?
That happened right after Fuyuto.
No, wait. I don't think
No, that-
so.
Was it not
Yes,
after
you're
Fuyuto?
right. Yes,
I'm
it
pretty
is.
sure. Yeah.
It is in my the hold on the campaign. So this is when we put it on hold.
I
Yeah.
think I remember that.
Yes.
So after dealing with Fuyuto, you guys went to go retrieve the thing.
Right.
That's where you found the lady, or Kyron found the lady, brought her back, and then she turned to ash because of stuff, which you later
Yeah.
will find out. We'll
Just learned actually. We literally
just
just learned why that happened.
yeah.
Yeah.
Last session.
After the Void Rider, then came the warning from Timur. Oh, that's
Some
when the
shit
duel
coming out.
happened.
Yeah, with the Ketchy,
Yeah.
and then Crackdown.
Yeah, Crackdown. Before the Crackdown, let's see, what is this? Oh, the Bastion Knights came to us.
Bastion.
Yep.
We met up with Bastion. We have some kind
Also
of.
the Assassin.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
when,
Good old Calic.
And then we got the new place.
We have we have an apartment
Yep. In
as
in
part
the
of
seaport.
our. We need to lay low, along with disguise, new outfits, and kind of make us not look like ourselves as much. We got a apartment so that we don't bring any problems to Tessa and Vico.
Yep.
So that if
Yep.
anything does happen, it's on us and the apartment only, and not them.
What happened afterwards? I think
Keep
that-
going.
At the apartment, that's when we
Our
went to look
fight-
for Lady Yuki.
That's right.
Yeah.
Then all that shit happened.
Yep.
Timur wanted us to find Yuki, so we went to do that. We found her, got into a bar fight with a bunch of vampires.
Yep.
Yuki's a vampire.
Mordor
which we
found that out.
because Mordor got bit. Lamine did not like that. Lamine didn't like a lot of what Yuki was doing. To be fair, you missed irritated Lamine.
Yeah.
She threw a couch at someone.
She's
I did hit.
she
someone with
smacked
a
Lady Yuki's uncle with a couch and threw another guy. I think you threw a guy into a bar.
I did throw a guy into a bar. And
Mama
I
Bear
did,
was not happy that day.
So one vampire got chucked into a bar, and another vampire got a couch face full of couch, and not the cushion side.
I crit him with the couch and then elbow dropped him. Pretty great.
Yeah.
That was honestly a pretty fun fight.
Yeah.
So that happened. Yuki, I guess, because I guess it was like, okay, you're not just
Yeah.
you're capable, and then did a weird thing with it. She has a relic. by the
She's
way.
carrying one of the relics you guys need.
Yeah, so we need to figure out some way to get that from her. Convince her to part with
Yep.
it.
She initially she used it on Mordrin because she's been using it to just basically skulk about and just like drink the blood of everybody without letting them know, more or less.
Yeah.
Because it kind of manipulates people's memories. But she's just been using it as a just sort of as a veil for herself. But she ended up being convinced that you guys weren't just, some chumps that Timur just picked up off the street to come collect her. And was just like, all right, I'm coming with you guys. So then she used it again, and you used the mind manipulation to basically have dear Uncle Oda and his angry goons forget about her for the time being and send him on his way, as well as bring the party back to their apartments. And then after that, was just hanging out with Lady Yuki until she was cool with you guys, because while she was convinced you guys could put up a fight, she was also very moody because she didn't want to go anywhere.
She shanghaied my room.
Yeah, she stole Lamine's room, which continued to upset Lamine.
There's a whole lot that Lamine was not happy about while Yuki was around.
Yep.
Yeah.
To which then they sent Vaiko out as a runner to inform Timur about Lady Yuki. He then basically paid you guys, which is where the Timur money came from. Timur also handed you guys basically also spending money, which is like several thousand gold.
Yeah, we got a whole lot of money
Yep.
for Yuki to spend.
Yep. To which Lady Yuki went and bought super old magically preserved wine. Bought some nice clothes for herself and dressed up Lamine and Mordorin. And
We got fancy clothes now.
yep. And then spent the rest of the money just getting just playing carnival games and a Ferris wheel ride. And it was there on the Ferris wheel ride with all of you, because surprisingly you had exactly enough money, where she admitted the truths of what happened with her and her family, which is her father. Yeah, her father, the head of the Yuki Wonderworks Yakuza, she's done a lot of things. And as Timur kind of mentioned to them, I'll mention to you, Lady Yuki has gone out of her way for her family a lot. You know who Lady Yuki is, Poverty, because her face is on all of the ads and billboards for Yuki Wonderworks. She's the scantily clad woman that kind of is just all these products, like all these advertisements for Yuki Wonderworks stuff. Yeah, she's very attractive, to put it plainly. But she goes out of her way for her family a lot. And in this latest stunt that her family has done, namely her father, was an experiment in which she was turned into her vampirism was sort of, I wouldn't say nullified, but her negative effects have been nullified. She's able to walk in the day. She's not weakened by the typical things that a vampire would be weakened to. She's a day-walking vampire. So she has all the benefits of being a vampire without any of the negatives to come with it. However, that experiment came at a very, very terrible cost. One that has left Lady Yuki very disgusted with her dad and her family. Which was that the transference of such powers required, shall we say, living batteries, to put it. The likes of which were not voluntary. So, yeah. The vampires have been abducting people to turn them into semi-vampires. Really just none of the fun stuff of being a vampire and all of the bad stuff of it. And Lady Yuki is the successful product of that. And
That's why that lady turned to ash, because
Yep.
she got stuck in the sunlight and got dusty.
Yep. She wasn't a vampire, but she suffered the effects of vampirism, so to speak. To which, of course, Lady Yuki was very, very disgusted about this and was like, yeah, I can't deal with my family anymore.
Yeah. Eventually, we'll get to like what we're actually out here doing, but
Yep.
we'll get to it.
But yeah, that's what we've been up to.
Yep.
Until
So-
this
Dead drop
session.
tree. There was a tree though. There was a dead tree that Mordrin. He went off. Like thinking,
Yep.
I guess, or just.
That's the last
we
bit
all-
of
we all had,
detail.
like, just
Mm.
kind of time to decompress, I guess. after
Mordrin was
whirlwind
doing.
traveling with-
He was doing Mordrin things.
Mordorin was being Mordorin, and he found within the kettle, which the kettle, as you may or may not know, probably know from hearsay, the kettle is like the nicest place in Brosnov, and it's also the place where all the nature is out, to kind of put it plainly. So imagine if Central Park, but like with friggin' buildings, like New York Central Park, but there's also houses and stuff out there, and shops and things. That's where they took Lady Yuki to go and like cheer up, basically. In this like vast forest, essentially, there was on the pathway a single dead tree, just a tree of just like like an autumn tree amongst, well, verdant green trees. And upon it was a strap of leather, and bound within this leather were a pair of bloodied nails that was stuck within this leather strap. Mordorin brought it back with the curiosity of what is this thing, to which Yasha then kind of responded with much shock and distress that it was an assassin's dead drop, that this was a proof of a completed kill. And the shock of explaining such a thing put him in such a weary state that he passed out. And that is my write-off as for why Yasha is not participating. Yasha himself is he's not in tonight, so he's out for the day. So he's okay, he just needs some rest.
Yep.
That's the party's thing. The player is okay. To be specific. Yeah. Zeta is fine. Yasha, the player, is okay as well.
He's just passed out.
I think our buddy is out doing stuff for tonight. So I was just like, all right, well, the party's just gonna have a consensus of homeboy just needs some rest. We won't bug him for now.
Yeah. What we are actually out here doing, though, to put it very shortly, Yuki wants out. She wants to leave Brosnov, get away from her family.
Well,
right?
kind of. She wants
I
to
do
get away
remember it
from
being
her
complicated.
family, but she doesn't want to leave Brosnov.
Yeah, there's some, like, I don't know, wishy-washiness that was going
Yeah.
on with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some weird things. We're trying to get her family off her back. That's basically what we're trying to do. And it is something that Walter can help with.
Yep.
Because of who Walter used to be.
Because Walter used to be the head honcho of the infamous syndicate, the one that you are very familiar with. Homeboy ran the entire criminal empire before it crumbled.
Yeah.
He was the leader of the syndicate, and he was also so good at his job that he was able to put fear in Lady Yuki's father. He was that good. He was able to make a vampire scared of him.
Yeah.
So Walter was no slouch back in his day, but also back in his day he had both of his arms and
He
could
had
walk
2 arms.
properly. He had 2 arms and could walk properly,
Yeah.
and he had a lot more money.
So he might be able to offer something. Maybe not
Yeah.
like direct assistance, but some kind of help.
Who was Walter again?
Do you remember the Brass and Copper investigation?
Yep.
Date, the samurai.
Date, yep.
His buddy is Walter.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, he was the grumpy investigator that Date works with.
Yeah.
He's grumpy because he's just well, I mean, I'd
Just-
say
he's just a
permanently.
grump.
Yeah, he's permanently a grump. I'd be mad too if I'm missing an arm, somewhat in pain at all times, and also went from being a super rich crime lord to
An investigator.
an investigator who's working paycheck to pay or living paycheck to paycheck. It's kind of a blow to the ego.
I imagine.
Kind of. Tiny.
Just a bit.
I'll be right back. I gotta
Okay.
take care of something.
Yeah, no problem. So yeah,
Huh?
that being said, wasn't expecting to drop the rolling bomb on you guys that soon, or, well, in this session, but there you go! I know you just said you got a lot of stuff going on, but I had one more planned.
Yeah, just put one more on there.
We'll just put one more on there, but you do know that this is not it's not a high priority.
It's kind of on the second to-do list.
We kind of do want him out of prison.
Yeah. So, But first, since we're here, we might as well go and try to get Date and Walter.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, you collect poverty. Tessa says her hellos and goodbyes and good lucks.
Yeah.
She does update you guys and says that, hey, whenever this whole, crackdown thing is over and you guys need to come back, the bottom floors are open for you guys.
That's true.
Thanks. Oh shit,
Yep.
that reminds me, because Tessa was looking into one thing
Hmm.
for me. Remember? The hair.
Yes.
Do
Nothing
you have
has
no information about that?
nothing has turned up yet, but she is working on it.
Honestly, Mortar might just tell her just to never mind about the hair. It is
Oh.
a curiosity, but he might just have the answer already. But if she wants to go ahead, because it's very weird, feel
Well.
free. But not priority. Definitely not priority.
Very well.
Spare
I
time.
guess I'll be working on that. In the meantime, I hope you don't mind your mercenaries working on the place for you. I may as well have them making themselves useful by making the place nice.
Go for it.
Yeah, the mercs will be working on your floors and securing it. They're gonna get a level in carpentry.
Hooray! Does he want? Wait, hold on. Wait, do I actually have? Hold on. Do I have it on me? Did I buy? I do have woodcarver's tools if they want to use it.
They can use it, sure.
Do you also want the smith's tools?
They'll be okay with the woodcarvers for now. Actually,
Alright.
they'll be okay on tools. They got paid.
Alright. Because if they want to borrow them, I'm not going to be using them anytime soon, so.
All right, they'll go ahead and they'll use them if you just want to part ways with them for now.
Yeah, I'm just going to put them here for now.
They
Yeah.
thank you graciously.
Yeah.
They're like,
I'm not going to be using it now. Or
Yep.
yet.
They thank you. They're happy that you're here, and they hope that you can help out Roland because, well, they've been trucking around with the guy and you guys.
Yeah. Yeah, we will do our best. Man,
The boyfriends will not be the same without him.
Mm.
yes. It's true.
Yep, he's their fearless lieutenant,
Yep.
not their leader.
Alright.
I guess in some ways he's a leader, but you guys technically are the leader.
Still.
Or I suppose Lamid would be the leader, if I
Yeah,
recall
Lumine's the
correctly.
leader.
Yep. So I
And
guess
and
they're
they're
more
all little
directly
boyfriends.
talking to you. They're just like, bring back, please bring back Roland. If there's anyone that could do it, it's our talented leader.
I appreciate the vote of confidence, but we will.
Yep. In the meantime, we'll be keeping it up in here for now and working on fixing the place up. We'll have
Placed.
we'll have the beds soft and ready, and the barracks quite homely by the time you're back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. With that, you part ways. Poverty, did you happen to have any questions or anything you need clarified, by the way? Were you able to kind of get what you needed from the recap?
That was a lot.
Yeah.
A lot has happened.
Yeah, a lot has happened, and we didn't
get up
cover
to a lot.
everything. We didn't cover everything, but we covered most things.
Those were the key. 'Cause
So,
there was like
the party knows about Roland then.
Yeah. So this is something that everyone knows.
Okay.
Like that was kind of your that's what I had kind of set up for your downtime, since you kind of had to spend some time away. I was like, okay, well, I have something in mind. Whenever Poverty comes back, I'll drop this plot line for them. So,
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Sounds good.
but yeah, was there anything else from the recaps that you needed clarifying or anything you wanted to know?
No, not really. I don't think so.
Sounds good. Well, if anything does come up that you might not know or need clarifying, it will be assumed your character for the most part knows. And of course the party is more than welcome to chime in and kind of fill you in on anything specifics. Like anything more specific on Timur. Timur he didn't seem like a good guy, but he is a good guy-ish. I say. He used to work with Walter. He used to be one of Walter's underlings, which is why he recommended Walter.
Now we gotta go find Walter. So, well, let's do it, guys.
Yep. So y'all depart then?
Y'all depart.
Cool. Well, it is a short trek from, seemingly short trek given your regular ins and outs of Brosnov and of, this part of
We've been
Brosnov.
taking a lot of long treks lately.
Yeah. This one you keep it quick, and you make it to the office. And just as before, there's a tiefling woman working at the desk, and she sees you guys and she's like, "Oh, customers."
Customers.
Yep. As she's tentatively working on her little device typewriter to try and type reports, and you can see she's like still kind of struggling with it.
Are Walter and Date in?
Yeah, they're in. Did you have an appointment with either of them?
We haven't really been able to make any appointments with them, unfortunately. I'll be
That's all
busy.
right. I can go ahead and check for you if you'd like.
No rush.
With that, the tiefling gets on up and she kind of wanders down the hall and sort of gives a soft knock and slides the door to the side. It's kind of a very it's like an office, but also there's like like very like Japanese style like sliding doors for their office doors. Yeah, she slides the door open and she's just like kind of pokes her head in. It's like, "Hey, do you have a minute?" And yeah. Let me go ahead and make a roll. All right. With this one, she pokes her head in, and yeah, Walter saunters on out, and he sees you guys, and it's just like, "Ah, hi. How can I help you?" Actually, does he even recognize you guys? You guys are all in disguise.
I take off my head part of my disguise immediately.
Oh, well, that solves that issue. And he's like, "Oh, are you dressing up for something? There's
You
a
could say that.
party
There's a
going on?
party.
We're trying new things out.
I
I
see.
mean,
Wait, I'm
immersing
assuming
ourselves
this
in
is
the culture.
Date, not Walter, right?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Walter.
I meant to say Date.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
This
I
is
was
Date.
Walter, but
totally-
you started talking like Date, and I was like, okay, this is Date.
My bad.
I was totally
I got
talking
them
about
mixed
being
up.
Walter being funny.
No, don't worry.
No. Yeah, I'm sorry. That I meant to say
If Walter
Date.
started talking like that, I'd be like, all right, boss, I need to make an insight check immediately.
Surprise! It's the Herald. No, I'm kidding. No, Date shows up and he's got a big smile and he's like, with a honest, tired look, and he's just like, "Hey, it's my favorite people. What can I do for you?"
We might need some help with something. Is Walter in?
Walter? Of course, he should be in too. Did you need just him, or did you need the both of us?
You'd probably find out anyway.
You're too clever. All right, I'll get the grump for you. And he kind of like beckons you in. He's like, "Come on in, come on in. We'll have a meeting in and over at his place. We'll bring it to his office."
Bring the party to him.
And with that, he leads you guys down the hall, and Walter's is the door on the farthest end. And he doesn't like. Homeboy doesn't even bother being like courteous with it. He just slides the door open. He's like, "Walter, we got a job." And Walter's just
Oh
like,
my God.
he's just like, "Do you have to do that every time?" And you hear a quick silent whoosh of something flying and a sudden ow from Date as he is struck by the Walter's cane. And yeah, he's just like after that he kind of pokes his head out and sort of like gestures with his hand like, "Come on in, come on in." And he's like, "Yep, it's
Fired Date is.
He's still very like tired but excited. Yeah, I should bring up the picture of them again, cause it is that time. We have not seen them
It's time for the boys.
Yep. We bring the boys back.
Bring them boys back.
I wish I wouldn't have to see them.
Oh man,
You know what? Mortarn's in the same boat, but you know.
that is also very very fair. Bro, how far back did this picture go? Jesus.
Oh,
A ways back.
brother.
Hold on, let me go find some memes. I have 369 new messages.
Hmm.
Kidding, I'm not gonna go find memes right now. Maybe later.
Good luck finding that.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while.
It is way back
yeah.
there. We have
We're here.
arrived.
Yes, we have arrived, and I'm assuming everyone trickles in.
I take
Yep.
a seat.
Well, I'm gonna quickly just change the music because this is now a investigation. Well, not investigation, but this calls for Walter's theme, which is just this. It's like anytime I have Walter and Date, more specifically Walter, but you know, Walter and Date, I gotta play Layer Cake because it just fits with him, especially since it's taking place in his room.
Yes.
Yep. I think last time you were in Date's office, or just in the hallway, actually. So you haven't really seen their office rooms. Walter has a pretty interesting room, all things considered. It's fairly big, despite, you know, the Japanese style, like, you know, the paper walls and sliding doors kind of look. Yeah, the room is fairly big. Oh, here it is. Found it. The boys. Yeah, we got it on screen. Here we go. Um, so in his room, it's the walls aren't quite they're not quite paper walls. In fact, they're like solid wood walls, like planks, like standing up planks, like all around. And there's a collection of things, bookshelves, um, and like an assortment of various collections and trophies just kind of hanging around. Certificates and hold on, this is a little too loud. Certificates of various like honors, framed medals, some newspaper articles, dating back to like almost like 10 years ago. A lot of just like syndicate related major things that happens. Um, and sitting on his desk, or actually sitting behind his desk, um, you see like a little shelf, and on the shelf there's a stand that sits that his cane sits on, and you can see him place the cane as you walk on in on that little stand, and sits down, and he in almost villain-like fashion kind of like spins his chair around to look at you guys. To which then, yeah, instead of that, he kind of just looks at you guys, and you see his not so eager face to somehow turn into an even bigger scowl.
Yeah, I imagine we're just a headache for
Mm,
him. To some
eh.
extent.
And then he quietly sighs and he says, "All right, what do you want?" And Date is just like, "Ah, man, I can tell you're very excited about this, Walter. Well, you see, our friends here." Kind of pauses. "You guys needed help, right? What was the job? What do you guys need with?"
We do need help, though it's not so much an investigation per se. Though, because of the strangeness of the request, I think it's more than fair that you still get paid regardless.
Well, that's what we do. We take on jobs and get paid for them, of course. Isn't that right, Date? And Date kind of gives a hesitant chuckle and he's like, "Oh yeah, of course, we get paid. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And we certainly do not turn around with our money and give it back to the people who hired us. Right, Date? Uh, you know what? How about you guys go and talk with Walter for now? I think he still needs some time before I can talk to him again." And with that, he just kind of slinks out of the room.
Oh my god, boy.
That's not how you run a business.
It's not.
Walter has his back turned to you, and he's more looking at some of the things kind of hanging from his walls. Again, lots of little trophies, many things that kind of hint at kind of a very interesting past, which includes things like things relating to the Tetsugard. Um, there's like a corkboard with um, various like news updates, things about murders or missing peoples. Actually, missing peoples is a big headline that kind of sits at the middle of the corkboard. Um, and just other interesting curios that kind of just decorate the room. It's not necessarily cluttered, but it certainly feels like there's a lot of things here that kind of feels a bit busy.
Busy is a good word for it.
Yeah, it's not overwhelming or cluttered, and it's like, oh my god, everywhere you can't, like you don't feel like surrounded by it, but it's definitely like there's quite a collection here. Lots of high-end books, lots of yeah, high-end books. There's a few old medals kind of sitting around. I think I mentioned before. Um, there's a few gadgets also kind of just like sitting on little stands on some of the shelves.
Don't let the book nerd know there's books around.
Well,
There
if
are.
he's looking, he can probably see them. To be fair.
Mordrin, thank God Mordrin has self-control sometimes.
Mm. But yeah, in any case, yeah, you're welcome to look around the room and talk more with Walter, which he pretty much is just like, so what do you guys want?
Well, not any good way to. Well, there might be a good way, but no point really. Do you have any advice in dealing with the Yuki family?
The Yuki family. Ugh. Didn't I tell that boy of yours not to get involved with the Yakuza?
Yet we found her still involved anyway.
Ain't that the ways they work? They've got hooks on everything. Damn, damn parasites.
Can't say disagree. It's a bit more than just that, though.
Hmm. So what is it then? You owe a debt to somebody big? I figure folks like you who go and find trouble a lot would have no problem dealing with Yakuza thugs.
It's just not Yakuza thugs that we're after.
We've spoken with Timur a lot recently.
I thought that old bastard was dead. Alright. He kinda spins his chair around. So what the hell do you want?
Well, he wants you to, I don't know, talk with Lady Yuki's father to get him off her back. So, honestly, even just advice would be nice. Anything. We've kind of committed to following this, helping Timur and Lady Yuki for our own reasons.
He shakes his head and he just gives you like he's just scowling like this man is staring daggers at you right now.
That's fair.
Um,
Unfazed but fair.
Yep.
So old EY's gone off the deep end with his daughter, huh?
Think so.
Only a matter of time. That man put way too much pressure on his daughter. You know, they don't say it, but these high-performing folk, they always put too much lean on their kids, and then eventually they just snap. I've seen it happen. It's a messy ordeal. And one that gets a lot of people killed. Ugh.
Yeah.
Fucking vampires. He says that, and he just like, how do I put it? He's kind of leaning in his chair, and so he like kicks up his feet, but he like slams his feet on his desk, like real pissed about it, like fucking vampires.
Relatable.
Alright. So that's your ordeal then. You managed to get yourselves wrapped up with the Yuki Wonderworks upper echelon. And old Timur's having you try and talk me back into this whole mess. Is this what I'm getting?
I think that's what he wants, yes. Not exactly what I'm leaning to. So,
Well, you can start with one of the simplest things. You're welcome to tell him from me that he can lay down in a ditch and die.
you know what? That's about the response I expected to have to say.
As for helping you, even if I wanted to, well, I'm not exactly at the discretion to do so. It's not just simply because I'm a little bit in a tight spot, all things considered. But rather, how do I put this? That part of me that came to put everyone under their thumb. That wonderful boogeyman that Timur no doubt has talked up a storm to you about. He's gone. Trust me. Everything that happened died with the Syndicate 3 years ago. And that includes the part of me that was running the show. So
Which is why I'm not trying to goad you back into getting involved again. I doubt you want that.
nope. I've already told Date once. I'm coming out of this, and I'm not raising a hand to anything criminal related. I'm already sticking my neck out for using it to put people in prison, but that's only because, well, I'm putting people in prison. I'm not doing anything that's involving me in any of Timur's shit. So the man can kindly fuck off, especially since he owes me still.
I'll be sure to relay that next time we meet.
Perfect. Now, unfortunately, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you've wasted both your time and mine, so if I may suggest, find someone else who's good at making vampires feel miserable. I recommend someone who might be made of garlic.
He's got no advice whatsoever dealing with them.
Any no weak spots for what name did he
Oh,
say
for the head of the head of the Yakuza. So the head of the Yakuza is EY, like IWAI. I'm probably fucking up the name, but
We
EY.
wouldn't know.
EY.
Okay.
Yeah, so it'd be EY Yukikaze. That's the head of the Yuki Wonder Works. He didn't really go into specifics on whether he had advice, but more into specifics of he's not going to help you.
Okay.
He very colorfully tells you that he does not want to help you.
That is fair.
Um,
Can't really blame him.
Yep. At this point, you're kind of noticing that Date is once again poking his head out to kind of look and eavesdrop, as per usual.
I'm sure he's having fun over there.
He's kind of got more of a morose look regarding this.
Yeah, this not fun. All this.
Yeah, it's not a fun conversation to have.
It ain't fun. Talking about things from the Syndicate days is clearly does not put Walter in a good mood.
What
And
the hell
then,
does?
Or what does?
That is a great question. Moving on.
I have reason to doubt when he was like, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I'm sure he gets a jolly hard rock on for that.
But that would put him in a good mood.
That's
And
the
we
one
both
thing that
we
will.
both know that doesn't happen. This that's a secret. He doesn't have any good moods. He just has this. Date is of course poking his head into the room, and he's just kind of giving a shake of disapproval at Walter. Like he's not like, hey, don't do that, but more like a very like he's kind of bummed like that Walter's kind of acting like this.
Yeah.
I don't know why he should be so surprised. Is Walter acting like a little bitch?
Damn.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Well,
No.
can he, or would he at least be able to, either by choice or by knowledge, point us in the direction of someone who might be able to help us?
Well, that magical garlic man was just about the only advice he was willing to give.
God damn it.
A man made of garlic. Which is to say he's not willing to help in the slightest. Yeah.
Somebody polymorph into garlic right now.
Sorry, I don't have polymorph yet. Wait a couple
Rip.
levels.
Polymorph and do what?
Do garlic.
Oh.
Oh. Fair.
Which is also not how that spell works, but I digress.
What about a garlic dog?
You could turn someone into a big old thing, big garlic.
Nope. It's like the
A big
like
leaf
the
of garlic.
Either way,
clove of garlic.
since he has nothing else to offer us, I'm assuming everyone is going to funnel out the room
Eventually, yeah. I think.
eventually.
Yeah.
They stay in the room.
Unless you have any
Uh,
any other things to say or ask of Walter or Date, since his head's sticking out at this point. Walter's even aware of him as he kind of turns his attention briefly to Date and gives him kind of a very annoyed look at him.
Morden will stay in the room till everyone leaves.
do you look like you want some privacy? Because Lamine is gonna be waiting by the door.
Well, since he's lingering, Lamine can assume that he does.
Lamine doesn't want to leave though.
I mean, at this point, Walter's just gonna turn his back towards you guys again and just kind of stare at the cane that he has sitting behind him.
Since Lamine is around, Morden will have to do this telepathically. Sorry, Walter. And say I do have a personal investigation that has nothing to do with this, if you're interested in it. And I'll pay in advance so Date doesn't use the money.
He hesitates for a while. Or, not hesitate, but he doesn't really respond to it for a while. Still kind of like his mind is just kind of, not elsewhere, but you can see like he's kind of staring fairly intently at his
Yeah.
cane as he's kind of in thought. Before long, he does eventually turn to you and still isn't saying anything, but, you know, he's kind of looking at you. A less intense glare, but more of just a, like, I'm listening kind of look.
Yeah.
Okay.
If Lamine could have stayed here the whole time.
Does he insist for her to leave? Because she will.
Walter has not said anything. He just said goodbye. So at this point, you can stay or you can go, but he's not gonna. He doesn't want to talk anymore.
This is
Morden
between
will
Morden.
kind of look at you pointedly.
All right. He leaves.
And Morden will eventually, I think he's just gonna take out and give him 200 gold. And just says, I'm looking for someone. If you can find him, great. Or if you know information of his whereabouts, even better.
What's the name?
His name is Madak Agarian.
Another troublemaker, huh?
You know the name?
Yep, I know a lot of people. I definitely know a troublemaker when I hear one.
Morden just kind of like chuckles.
He's like, I wouldn't be laughing too much if you have any concern for him, though.
Oh? You know something?
He's been getting wrapped up in some rather shady business. Something not as big as gangs, but something just as bad.
What do you know?
Well, let's just say that you guys aren't the only fire starters in this city.
I can imagine Mortar and Scowl is basically matching Walters at this point. They're both grumpy people.
Hmm.
These grumps.
Yeah. Anything else you know?
His whereabouts have been constantly shifting. However, last I heard, he ducked into some vent out in Old Kingdom and hasn't reared his head since. This was about 2 weeks ago. But the man's been getting involved with some shady folk.
That's all I needed to hear.
Yep. Nothing big, no major gangs, but they definitely have been causing trouble. Some buildings and some industrial things have been vandalized and destroyed. Hey, I'm almost stopped the sun engine for a day. Almost. But that was more old news.
If you passively pick up any more information, I'd like to hear it the next time we meet.
Sure thing. I'll keep an open investigation for them during my time.
And we're not just gonna leave him there with the money.
One more thing. Consider this word of advice. Whatever business you have with my old associate Timur, I highly recommend you stop it now. I know it's at this point fairly futile, given the nature of your group, and seeing as how you were casually able to cause half the city to look for you, something tells me that beating up a vampire lord's entire gang is something that may sit comfortably in your repertoire. But I still highly advise that you do not do any such thing. Whatever farces that woman is up to, I highly recommend you just tell her to be on her way. Don't try anything stupid.
Me agrees with you. Part of me does think this is stupid. However, the other part of me can't help but not let that go.
Ewa doing something, isn't he?
Mortar's not gonna respond. I think he's gonna try to escape now. I'm gonna go now.
With that, you hear him very in a very well, I mean, him saying in a very strict tone is not new, but in this one is a very commanding tone, like, don't leave yet.
He'll stop.
And he's definitely turned his chair towards you.
He looks back.
What's EY doing?
Right now, I have no idea.
Roll deception. You do know what he's doing.
Do I know what he's actively doing right now?
You do know that it's the Daywalker thing.
You know what? Fair. Oh, I get disadvantage. It's gonna be fun. Let's
Yep.
see. Holy shit. What's my deception? I think that would be a 15. I think. Hold on. Where's my? There it is. Yeah. It is 15. Which is pretty good for Mortarin, considering.
Alright. You're free to go.
And Mortarin walks away. He waddled away. Oh shit.
Wada wada.
Until the very next day.
Date kind of walks with you guys. He's like, I'm really sorry about Walter. I guess I should have checked by you with what might have been the job first. So you guys are getting involved with the Yakuza, huh? Seems like something you guys would do. We had a feeling you guys were, well, I guess troublemakers wouldn't be the most on-point term, but, well...
We don't really make trouble, it finds us.
Yeah, I get you. I definitely understand where you're coming from with that. You definitely leave us with the impression that you don't come and start these things. And to be fair, everything you guys have been up to has been rather, well, that's somewhat like good for the city, you know?
Old. Perhaps.
On the
Maybe
larger
not
scheme
always
of
ending up
things.
the way that we want it to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do our best.
And he kind of puts an arm on I don't know, I guess it'll be Lemin's shoulder, and he says, give Walter a chance. Tell you what, let me see what I can do to help you guys. It'd be a shame to not offer help in this regard, and maybe he'll come around. Things from his years back in the day, well, he does get a little nostalgic for it, but it also is kind of a painful memory.
No, I completely understand.
Yeah. I know. I have an idea. Why don't you guys come along with me?
Okay. I'm not really.
Where are we
I
going?
really want to try and coerce him to helping us, though. If he wants to help us, then I want it because he wants to help us, not because we make him want to help us. Does that make sense?
He shakes his head and he says, I understand completely. Trust me, Walter's more than happy to help you. You can't really tell, though. The man's a bit of a, well... He's Walter.
A very.
Hopefully the gold helped a little bit, and looks at
Galilee
Date. Don't use it all.
And he's just like, yeah, just, it was a mother and
Don't give it back.
look, it was a mother looking for her kids, and they need the money to feed the kids. You know, how could I accept money from a starving family?
Fair.
Mortar's tempted to give him more gold. We'll see where this goes first. What did you want? Where did you want to go, Date?
Well, it might be a bit of a trek, but we don't have to worry about these pesky Tetsugard running around with me at your side. After all, I'm the former captain.
And I hope you're right.
With that,
Well, I
he
mean, State didn't recognize us with our disguises. I mean, maybe it's okay. Maybe.
Maybe. I'm not taking chances.
I replaced the top head portion of my disguise.
Yeah. Old Kingdom.
In any case, let us be off. And he turns to his tiefling secretary and he says, "We'll be back. Do let Walter know we're just going out doing a little sightseeing." And then he kind of gives a little wink to her and then steps on out with you guys. And with that, he sets off with the lot of you. And Date brings you to the merry-go-round in I believe it's C District. Or not C District, but the sub-district
Yeah.
of Toolbox.
As long as you don't meet Akechi there.
Nah, no Akechi. In this instance, Homeboy takes the main roads, the one where all the Tetsugard are. But of course, as he's doing so, he's also being Date, just kind of saying hello and being very amicable, and all the Tetsugard he comes across are just like, "Oh, Date," and they're just like, being very amicable back with him, and they're, he's able to basically like kind of wave off the Tetsugard for you guys.
Good.
Thank God.
It's good to be the former captain. He quit the force, but they respect him still.
Seems that way.
So yeah, eventually he brings you to the merry-go-round, and he brings you to a certain stop on the route. It's not very far out, but he kind of points out to a locale where there is one of the cart vendors that kind of go up and down the roads, and he kind of points out and he's like, "You see that building over there?"
Yep.
Well, let's just say this is an old place for good old Walter and me. I suppose it could be, in a sort of speaking, a chance encounter from back in the day. We hadn't known this at the time, but back in his heyday, even before the syndicate, when I was just barely a lieutenant, not just barely getting up in the ranks, I actually had a run-in with the guy. But we weren't even aware of each other at that time, you know? Funny how things are. But, yeah. It just so happened that, his homeboy here, was, our good old friend here was, well, let's just say he was on the other end of the law. You see, this part of the, merry-go-round used to have a little station for the vendor carts that they would pull in, do quick repairs, restock things if they were from the local marts. They could rent out the area to set up for restocking their products, things of that nature. It was a storage house, if you want to think of it like that. But at the time, the Tetsugard were posted up to protect it, as there was often many robbers that would pass through here to try and hijack carts, steal goods, all sorts of things that one could imagine would happen if a cart stopped and was left suddenly unattended. Needless to say, old Walter and me had a scuffle. Him and his crew, I should say. Walter didn't do quite as much. But it was when I met him, and his brother. Let me tell you something. That man had an arm. Oof. I was the only swordsman who was quick enough to dodge that horrifyingly large mace, and only to get thrown by him. If it's anything, I've never been impressed by someone so short to pick up and throw me like a rock. Honestly. I must have spent at least 3 days in the hospital from that one.
Oh.
Yeah, we didn't quite have curative measures implemented at the time. Well, not to my district, not to my precinct, not yet. So, all recoveries were done the old-fashioned way. Nowadays, you know, you get patched up and you find yourself a kind, helpful cleric. For us, it was this district was I guess you could say a little under budget at the time. And wasn't without Walter's string of robberies that more money came our way. After all, there was one thing that the whenever a problem arises that the technocrats found, their solution was always the same. Just throw money at it till it stops being a problem. And that was the ordeal with Walter. Now, I guess I'm being a bit strange with this story. Why is old Date talking about a first-time meetup with a guy that I ended up becoming business partners with?
I assumed you'd be getting to that.
Yep. You see, a funny thing about Walter is, the man does get a bit sentimental about things. And, well, let me show you. And, he goes and he marks out. And, he goes to an area on the side of the building. And, you can see, barely faded out, but you can see, like, he kind of points it out. Some, like, very worn away markings on the stone. Whatever it was, it's no longer that. You cannot tell what it was, but he's like, whenever Walter and his crew would do a hit, Walter would go out of his way to leave calling cards like this. The man was had a thing for making his crimes dramatic. And if there was anything anything that revolved business, anything that revolved his crime, his empire, even to this day, he's still got a strong passion for it, even if it might be a bit misguided. Well, incredibly misguided, I should say. But at least he's taking the approach of fixing it. After I sprung him out and we started working, you want to know what was one of the first few things he did?
What would that be?
That's, well, for one, he bought out the building. The man still had enough money for it, go figure, even after losing everything. I swore the man told me he had no money and couldn't even pay the damn bail. But, lo and behold, leave a businessman some time and money, and he'll definitely turn a penny into a gold bar. He bought it out, and now the place serves as an old resting home for some of the less fortunate folks. And it doubles during the daytime as a drop-off point. So instead of restocking, they just any surplus stock is bought and brought to the folks here as food.
Nice.
The man doesn't see a dime of it, that's for sure. But it's a nice courteous program that he's managed to invest. But he wasn't very quick or direct about this. Small strokes. I guess that's what it took for him to get there. And I suppose in that same regard, Walter will definitely warm up to helping you. But dropping the whole ordeal on him might not have been the wisest of choices.
Oh well. Well.
Fortunately, didn't quite know all that.
Yeah. And I'm sure Walter's pressuring didn't make things easy either. After all, we've been, I guess you could, I wouldn't say starved for jobs, but definitely not in a financial, comfort spot. So, we were both a little too eager for the job, I guess.
Hmm.
Still, it's good to hear about this.
Yeah.
Just, Walter, there's something underneath all that. He just built a lot of walls up around it.
Well,
Or walls that have been built for a long time.
he's...
Not down.
Yep. It's hard to unmake them, and honestly, I doubt there's anyone around that could really show that part again about him. I'm fairly convinced at this point he'd probably never act out of that, but he could definitely worm his way out of those barricades he put up. The man had a very, very difficult life. One could assume that living the life of a crime lord, one that ran an entire city, was easy, but quite the contrary, especially given its flaming demise. I'm sure that if things might have ended a little more lightly, he might have been a bit more amicable about it. And well, I'm sure it's hard for a man like him to still be over his condition given after the fact.
Understandable, I suppose.
Yeah. Walter definitely wants to help. There was one thing he's told me that I suppose I can tell you, at least in confidence. That man would definitely kill me if he knew, if I told you this. But, before it all went down, before his tower fell and his empire of, crime crumbled, well, he didn't want it anymore. He kind of realized he was done, even before that whole mess started. But I suppose I shouldn't speak on others' behalfs, especially a good friend like him.
Shrug.
Mr. Grump has a heart.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I'm just gonna casually give Date 80 gold. Here you go, buddy.
He's gonna be like, I'm going to casually donate this to charity.
Please don't casually donate this to charity.
It's already going to charity.
Come on, please, Date. You have to eat. Fucking eat!
The happiness of others is my sustenance. Cries.
Yeah.
He can do with the gold as he wants. Mordrin can't stop him.
Yep.
That's why he gave the bulk of the money to Walter, who will use it, hopefully to at least keep them alive.
You gave the big money to the actual business major.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because between the two, only one of them knows how to make money. Well, I mean, he knows how to make money, but one of them is good with money. The
Yeah.
other one is just like, I don't need money, I just need enough to eat. And that's it. Maybe pay for
Yeah.
rent.
Maybe.
Maybe. I don't know. Is the housing really that necessary? I don't know. Maybe I can help someone else eat.
God. Fuck, is Mordrin gonna have to just appear every month and be like, yo, okay, how much is rent?
Oh my god.
Don't pay me, pay the people who are in need. To which Walter would probably say, we're the people in need. You're in need of some financial advice.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
But,
Just give him 80 gold as a thank you for giving us at least some information and not wasting either of our time completely.
yeah. I suppose he'll come around to it. Like I said, give him a little bit of time. Just a little bit. I think he's already warmed up considering that he stopped you on the way out, so... He's getting a lot faster about it than he used to. You know how long it took me to convince him to get out of jail and work for me? Or I guess with me?
Sometime I take it.
A month.
Sounds
I
about right.
I had to go and visit that bastard in Max prison for 3 weeks and talk to him about it.
How much was his bail for max prison? I assume it's high.
I don't want to talk about it.
Uh,
You can see the color leaving his face when he's like thinking about it, and he's quietly
what?
muttering something.
Because I'm fucking
Gold.
curious, I'm gonna cast Detect Thoughts to see if I can get a number from his head.
6 million gold.
Oh shit! Morty just kind of winces.
You just quietly hear, I'm never going to financially recover from this.
You know?
That's why he doesn't care about money. He just gave up.
Oh Jesus Christ!
He's like,
What
fuck
the
it.
hell did he get that money? You know what? I don't want to know. Mordrin doesn't want to know. And Lamine, you're going to know that we might not be able to do this the legal way
Mm.
for max prison.
You also have to keep in mind that Walter wasn't just a high-class criminal, he was the high-class criminal.
Yeah, but still.
This is the man who literally bought Broslov.
Yeah,
I-
but still, Border's expecting at least whatever this guy did. He got himself in maximum prison, so maximum is like probably 100,000 gold, like minimum. That's what Mordorin thinks. That at least that's the minimum. I just fucking don't remember that.
I mean, it will be like 5,000 gold, and we can be like, oh yeah, we can do that.
Yep. Post buyout.
Yeah, man.
If it was like 5 grand, we could do it, but Mordor does not think it's gonna be 5 grand. If he went to maximum security prison, this guy did something.
Does
maybe.
Poppy know the type of people that like get in prison there? Like, are they really bad criminals, or is it just like the prison needs to keep afloat, so they just detain and capture anybody?
Typically they're high-profile criminals, typically, but they will sometimes take in lower profiles just to like, you know, these are guys who do something real big, typically. It's a hot spot of motherfuckers.
Boy.
You don't buy a trip to max prison over nothing.
Yeah. That makes sense.
It kind of makes you wonder what Roland did to get his serving.
We'll ask him when we find him.
Yep.
I mean, the easiest one
Actually,
would be, hey, yeah, I actually was the one that did the that did the Void Rider. That was me.
actually, Poverty, you probably would know what he did.
What did he do?
Considering that before you guys parted ways, that was kind of his plan. But, yeah. They were stopped for questioning, and in one point, he pretty much tells... It was kind of a very brief conversation in which he kind of was just like, you guys are gonna have to get me out of here. And after that, he, pulled his gun and shot the captain in the face, and then pretty much... pretty much all hell broke loose from there.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ.
Because he was being detained by the captain, or I guess he was being questioned by the captain, by the Tetsu captain.
Okay. Man, that guy is lucky to be fucking alive right now.
Yeah.
I'm assuming the captain didn't die, but you know.
No, it was
On the
pretty much, yeah, pretty much he kind of turned around and was just like, you should go.
Boy, already left.
Actually, funny you should mention that guy probably was okay. He definitely was not okay.
Oh my god. That's even okay. You know what? Understandable. We're not not gonna be able to do this legally for both bails.
They're not gonna execute him, are they?
No, when you're put in max security, you're just being you get indefinitely locked away, but you're not executed.
So a slow execution.
Yeah, you're just for life there. It is a for life sentence, but it is not an execution.
How the fuck are we gonna get? You know what? Mortar will try to figure that out. But anyways, but yeah, Mortar just gonna casually tell Lamine we're not gonna be able to do this the legal way.
I would be surprised if we were able to. I was not expecting to. But we'll inquire regardless, just in case.
Yeah, I should also probably mention. I don't know if you would probably know about this, but part of what led him basically also get thrown in jail was the fact that he was when he did do this, he was also carrying a lot of contraband. So he shot the captain in the face and was carrying a lot of things he wasn't supposed to.
The student went ham.
Yeah, Roland was just like, I am going to jail.
Yep.
I'm gonna make sure I end up there.
I'm going to make sure that you put me where I want to be.
What a legend.
Yep.
So we technically have a pretty easy ticket of getting into jail ourselves if you really want to go that route. Cause all we have to do is be like, you know what? Fuck these disguises. We did
Prison
that.
break art. We're doing the prison break art.
Mm,
Maybe
But we'll
maybe
get
we
there
save
when we
that
get
for
there.
last resort.
Yeah,
don't-
yeah. No,
Let's
this.
not rely on us getting sent to jail.
Y'all feel
but
like carrying something you're not supposed to and shooting someone in the face?
all we have to do is just be like, yeah, you know those people that like basically half the city's looking for us. Yeah, that's us.
I'll just walk up to a Tetsu guard with my cane and just beanbag him with a fucking 2-pound cannonball. Don't worry about me.
But yeah, I guess we're gonna go back with Date, cause he showed us the thing, right?
I
Yeah.
don't know why we need to go back with him.
You know what? That's fair. Date
Well-
can just go by himself.
At least he'll walk with you so that you don't get harassed by the Tetsu guard.
How far is he gonna walk with us? Actually, wait, where's our next destination? That's a better question.
So
Mhm.
that's the closest place we can reconvene and figure out what we're gonna do next.
Probably far enough for you guys to consider like, okay, this is probably far enough, and then kind of lets you guys go. He'll bring you guys back to the office, and then you split.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can just go back to Tessa's.
Yeah. Camping out for one night is not gonna,
Yeah.
I mean, if we even camp out, we just need a private place we can go talk at.
Yeah.
Well, you've got two other buildings connected to Tessa's house, so
We do. And we can convene there to talk about our next point of action.
Are those places ready?
for the most part, yeah.
Oh man. Can we go check them out?
Yeah.
I want to go check them out.
They're still being kind of improved and worked on, but when you guys come back, they're just like, yeah, okay, we'll just take what we got and we'll leave here. Cause there's not too much they're changing up. They're just like, adding more. They're like more like building beds and shit for you guys.
Yeah, I kind of want to just check it out, see how it's coming along. If we can start moving our stuff in, we can do that too. Because at least Lamine left a lot of her stuff here.
Hmm. Well, plenty of that stuff lying around. Yeah. So
This
any
was
goods you
where we
left at the
like,
Hmm?
This is do we each were we each gonna have our own rooms?
Yes, there's enough rooms for everyone.
Cool. We don't need to buddy up anymore, Mortarin.
Yep, because now you can share. There's the rooms in Tessa's apartment room or apartment part of the building. Then there's the room below you, and then there's the bottom floor. Because it's a 3-story building.
Don't worry, Mortarin. My door is always open for you.
We
Heh.
might. We'll see.
Wink, wink.
We will see. But yeah.
That's cool though.
Uh,
Hopefully we can stop hiding out at that other apartment. We can have a nice place to chill at.
yeah, that would be nice. But first,
Not a cramp. Yeah. Got a lot of shit to do with first.
yeah. Well, what is our next course of action, guys?
And any anything that you want to do in particular first? I kind of want to get rolling now.
Yeah, I'd second with that. Trying to get rolling out. Though we would need a lot more information.
But that might be kind of hard with our current.
That is fair. 'Cause
Because if that, you know what, that would be really difficult. I think actually. And it would make our, if anything funky happened during, it would make our life even more difficult. I think we should resolve this whole manhunt thing before we start poking the hornet's nest again.
How are we going to resolve the manhunt thing without them either getting bored, calling it off, them actually finding us?
Did we? I don't know. Did we have something for that? I mean, the Bastion can help us. Bastion said that they could help us, like, not go so ham on us.
Meh. Yeah, the Bastion order did mention that they can. Oh, I don't want this. When you spoke with the Bastion, they said that they had diplomatic means to sort of curb the Tetsugard's investigation a little bit, which is to say the the Kingsguard himself has the ear of the High Marshal, and is able to negotiate some terms for you guys. But that, of course, is going to come at a cost.
Yeah. What? Oh man, what did the Bastion Knights want us to
They
do?
wanted information about what happened to the Void Rider.
Yeah. They want info on the Void Rider and their would-be killer because they're on the lookout for who the fuck tried to kill our king.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh boy. Alright, so. That's an option, I suppose. We might need
Yeah.
to do that before we can really start working on getting our peeps out of prison. Because I don't know how. I don't know how we would check bail, but somehow I don't think that it would be ideal.
We gotta pay
for
for
us to do that.
2 bales, so.
I mean, it's also
You gotta bail
That's
Roland
probably
and the
being
guy
handled.
out.
that's probably being handled by the Tetsu Guard, and some of those people might end up. That's dangerous for us. If
Yeah.
we're running. Literally, yeah. I don't know about that one too much. That seems kind of sketch. And the alternative is to do something very illegal, which sounds just not like a good idea.
Prison break. Prison
Since
break.
you would need to get a boat and get that boat to that island. And I feel like they have safeguards in place so that doesn't easily happen. You know what I mean? I don't think they
Yep.
just want people randomly or purposefully ending up there on a boat. So, yeah.
Well, there are.
Would Poverty know anything about like a underground entrance or maybe a sewer system that connects to the prison?
Oh, it's an island.
Yeah, it's an island prison, but there could possibly be some informations about the infrastructure you may know, or at least from hearsay. Given that you and Mordorin are locals, and Chiron to an extent is also kind of a local. You may have some knowledge checks regarding this prison because it's pretty well known.
I can try.
Go for it.
What? I guess that would be history then, right?
You can make a knowledge history. You can make an investigation, I guess, or you can make a wisdom check. Just a raw wisdom check.
May I do it as well?
Yep, that applies to the three of you. So,
Okay, I wanna.
Chiron,
wanna do
Mordorin,
a-
Poverty, you guys may do so, with advantage. Lamine, you can try and do any of those checks, but you will have none of the benefits.
I wanna do an investigation check.
Okay.
You know what? That makes sense. Mordrin does not know shit about a prison.
Well, about the infamous prison. Was this Okay.
What kind of test was this?
So you can make knowledge history. You can make a raw wisdom check, or you can make an investigation check regarding the know-abouts. And depending on the type of check you're doing, will be the context of that information. So a knowledge check will give you like actual like some facts and data that is confirmed. Investigation will be kind of a rumors and hearsay, and a wisdom will be kind of an intuitive, like what you. It's kind of the gray area of it might be fact, it might be fiction, but it's not like it's not. It's more credible than rumors, so to speak. Like, kind of just common sense thoughts and ideas of like what would the Tetsu guard do for a place like this?
Well, Poverty rolled a 28, so
Investigation.
Investigation. So you've definitely got rolled into your mind a lot of not so much facts, but a lot of stories, rumors, hearsays, sort of the legacy of this place. Yeah, I guess this music works. Lamine, what was your check based off of?
I didn't know that there were so many options, so I should have done that first. But I think the like common sense one makes the most sense.
So wisdom check,
Yeah.
and then Mordrin, what was yours? Was yours
investigation.
investigation?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. So Poverty, you kind of know a lot of the stories, so for you, on top of like knowing, like you know that the big names get thrown in here. Like before Walter, there were other big guys that got thrown in here. Major gang leaders get thrown in here. Big time like criminals. Political enemies of the why am I blanking? The technocrats, even prisoners of war have been thrown in here. The fort is very old. It's it was put up sometime after the first one of the first coastal wars. And it served both as a forward base and also like as a defense array. And it is fiercely guarded, or at least in its time, it was fiercely guarded. Nowadays, you know that it got repurposed into a prison. Supposedly, the islands that it oversees, because now it's like it's more peacetime than anything, but supposedly the islands that it overlooks serves as the training grounds for the Slayer Force, specifically the Tetsu Slayer Force. And given off of that, you think that the prison guards, like the guys who work there, aren't typical Tetsu guard. These are Tetsu Slayers. Like these are the elite of the elite.
So they got rid of quantity for quality.
Yeah, this is where some of their better guys kind of work. Not because it's like, well, it's, you know, we want to make sure these fuckers aren't going to go anywhere. They're sitting on an island. They're definitely not going anywhere. They have a close proximity to the islands that their elite guys train on. So they typically tend to have guys go from the training grounds and then they're posted there because they're there, you know. Other things that are known about this, one of the Brosnov, quote unquote, one of the Brosnov wonders, one of the oldest Brosnov wonders, is based on that island. It was known as the Iron Dragon. And it was basically, it's an old warship. The conditions of which are, one could probably say it's probably now been decommissioned, as it's been a couple hundred years. But in its heyday, it was a very, very powerful warship, and it was built back in the day when when Brosnov was being raided frequently by both the pirates and by the Vitten. They built it when the Vitten were attacking them, and immediately that stopped. And then the pirates decided to fight them head on. And it actually was the last biggest, like, it was the ship that broke the pirates' fleet. And after that, the pirates never formed, like, a big fleet to attack head on. So, yeah, the Iron Dragon is supposedly docked there. However, its conditions or usage are presumed to be no longer in working condition. You know, all rumors and hearsay. But
Hopefully
that's, yeah, they have an old Ironsides just parked out there, basically. Yeah, it's a for its time, it was a big honkin' ship. Like, this thing was like a super galley or a super galleon. Yeah, big, scary, and you know, again, when you look at some of the Brosnov ships now, this thing is probably not as scary. Because they've of course kind of taken the design of the Iron Dragon and then they improved upon it. But the Iron Dragon kind of holds a very special place in Brosnov, or to Brosnov, and they're like, well, this thing is cool, so we're gonna just set it down over at the island to sort of guard it. Because who's gonna fucking attack an island that has an infamous warship, even if it's like a couple centuries old and a little bit out of date? It's still it's still a Brosnov wonder.
Yeah.
The last thing about the prison, also supposed hearsay, that even though that they do have the elite Tetsu Slayer force, that the prison isn't actually manned by a huge population of guards. It's actually not a very big, like, there's not a lot of guards. And the reason for it is because they say supposedly the warden is in possession not of a relic, but of another Tetsu wonder. Or not Tetsu, I'm sorry, Brosnov wonder. This one's also a bit dated. And it is well, the precursor to the Tetsu Guard, which is, well, not so much the precursor, that would be the samurai. But another sort of precursor to the Tetsu is the reinforced army, as one of their nicknames. They've got a number of names: the reinforced army, the automata army, the
I can see where this is going.
yeah, they have an army of basically like, I say army and I say automata very loosely, but they basically have like robots essentially. Not so much robots as more like they're just like mini construct soldiers.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they're not so much made of like metal, but they're more of like, they're like wood, metal. Trying to look up the word real quick. I'll get you the name at another point, but yeah, they're basically a bunch of wooded made automata, and supposedly these automata are all basically just run by the warden, and that the warden really just has like maybe a couple dozen guys at best assisting him, and everything else is just run by these automated like warriors.
Slayers like ex-military then?
The Tetsu Slayers are not. They are. They're the elite of the Tetsu Guard. So if you want to picture, the Tetsu Guard are like your typical police force. The Slayer Force is like the SWAT team.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're basically like the advanced versions, or well, the more advanced troops. Um, they are a recent quote unquote Brosnov wonder. They're like the newest thing that the Brosnov guys have created. Because Brosnov likes to make really cool things and really um, influencing things. And the big thing about um, these guys is that they are sort of they're a semi-mechanized Tetsuguard essentially. And I say that as in like they typically use well, they use suits basically.
Yeah. I definitely remember that.
So to kind of put it lightly, remember how Gilbud was fighting in that like giant Clunka junk mech when you guys were dealing with the Lizardman army? That's the kind of shit the Slayer Force gets into.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's basically a bunch of Gilbuds.
Yep. A bunch of Gilbuds, but also they've got about the fighting prowess of your typical Tetsuguard, who are also pretty tough.
Second question. Do you remember the order that I left Ophelia with? I think I named them the Black Raven or the Black Crow. I can't remember.
The Order?
Oh,
Yeah.
that's so old.
That's a throwback. Um,
Yeah, basically, if I remember correctly, Poverty asked Ophelia to, was it look into, or you wanted to look into the order that she was with, or something like that. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, she asked. Well, you asked your brother to find her because I didn't know
Yes.
if she was safe or not. But what I'm wondering is if that same order has any information on the prison, since they've been like doing crimes and stuff. Maybe somebody they want to break out, or something like that.
Oh.
hmm. That is definitely an avenue you can consider as well. Well, sort of. Have to find your brother first.
Oh God.
Wouldn't Ophelia know where they're at too?
You could ask her.
Where Modok is?
No, where the order is.
Perhaps.
I mean, I'm the one that left her there with them too.
Well, she's back at home in Valvadiri. Oh, well, I say home. She's back with in Valvadiri under
Mm-hmm.
the Archmage's protection.
So,
Okay.
actually, that's an interesting question. Can Poverty possibly know where the order is at the moment?
She might. I'm gonna have you make a check for that. Perhaps a knowledge check?
That would be history.
Or, yeah, history check?
Oh my god.
Oh.
Ooh.
20.
Yeah. The order, We're talking about the Brotherhood, yeah?
Yeah.
So the Brotherhood, they're definitely around, and they jump around typically within the Old Kingdom, but frequently do they use the guts to jump in and out of areas.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, they're one of the people that frequently use the guts as a passageway. But unlike the other tenants of the guts, they don't typically cause trouble.
So maybe we could check in with them. See if they know anything.
Is the possibility.
That is an avenue you guys can consider.
Alright, well, Poverty will keep that in her back pocket. For now.
Sounds good. I think for now, unless there's any other business that you guys want to attend to, we'll wrap it up here.
I just want to ask Poverty one thing. Though knowing Mortaring, he's gonna try to keep it away from Kyron and Lamine. But he wants to ask Poverty if because she was in the Old Kingdom with Rollin and his gang, right?
Yeah, Rollin and the mercenaries. The boyfriends.
The boyfriends, yeah? Mortar wants to know if Poverty heard of any activity, specifically around a male elf. Would she possibly know was?
Knowledge check.
Another history check?
Yep. This one would be wisdom.
Wisdom check?
Yep. Just a raw
So
wisdom
whatever
check.
your wisdom modifier is.
Ooh. Well, there's been a number of interesting things that have been happening. But, nothing too specific regarding a male elf, but there has been a lot of, well, I guess, to put it lightly, a series of mass vandalisms going around in the Old Kingdom.
Vandalism even saying.
Yeah. Saying vandalism is, kind of putting it lightly. People are going around and damaging things in the Old Kingdom. Lots of machines being broken or stolen. Lots of places being broken into and just like destroyed. Crafters places like smiths and crafters having their places just turned upside down. Nobody knows what's going on, and the kings have had their hands tied with it recently, which is why they haven't been doing too much in these past few, well, since you guys got here.
So obviously it's not the gangs that are doing it.
Yep.
Well,
It's something's been going on, and it's not been the kings. Like this is, and to put it in a context, the kings kind of run the Old Kingdom to a point where it's very hard not to run into them.
yeah.
Yeah, like with they're almost the complete opposite of Yuki Wonderworks, where they only show up when they want to be seen. With these guys, you will not have an opportunity to miss them.
Hey, welcome back.
Welcome back.
Well,
So someone's squaring off with like the third biggest, one of the three biggest factions out there.
yeah, that sounds like I'm alright. Good to know. Oh, Morton just asked Poverty a question, and he is doing his best not to have Kyron and Lamine here. So, but you know,
Okay.
yeah.
But yeah. So yeah, that's kind of the most of it. Whether it's an elf that's at the head of this thing, is indeterminable. But there have been sighting of elves getting involved in these things, and it's not just like dwarves. It's like a number of people, a lot of not dwarves, if I
Yeah.
want to be more specific. So
Yeah.
by that definition, then yes, there are elves of possible male variety getting involved.
Well, that is good information to know. And Mortarin will give property a pat on the head.
Yeah. So unless you guys have any other things that you want to do, I'm gonna kind of wrap it up here.
Yeah.
If we have Yasha come back, then Yasha will eventually just T-pose his way back to you guys. Um,
I kind of imagine that's what I've been doing this whole time.
well, for you, I've kind of more or less written that you were out with Roland.
People
So you were,
go,
yeah, but
T-posing with
you
Roland.
you were T-posing with Roland. You were helping him out. Roland needed a pair of hands and eyes to help him through navigate the Old Kingdom.
He needed a coat hanger.
Exactly.
Guess the only thing is, I don't think Mortar would know the answer though. What the hell would you need with all that machinery and stealing smith tools for? Sounds weird.
Yeah, things being stolen, things mostly being damaged.
Yeah, which is weird. Like, what the hell are they doing?
It sounds like somebody wants to stick it to someone.
Yep.
Yeah, it just looks like it sounds like a war on the kings, but the people are getting hurt in the process, kind of.
Yep.
I guess their property, more like. Can I think of a possible fucking reason why somebody would do this? There's logical reason that you would do it this way.
I guess you could make a wisdom check.
I don't know. I'm just throwing shit out, honestly. I didn't hear a lot of.
Would it be wisdom or intelligence?
Oh, either or, I guess.
I'll try intelligence.
That's
Oh,
a hard call.
Yeah, I think this would be more like him trying to think it out.
Actually, I guess the context would the context of whatever you roll with will give you a certain answer, depending on how well you roll.
Oh, nice. I actually, if I make a intelligence check, apparently I don't get disadvantage on it.
Okay.
Apparently.
Thinking
Oh.
is a free action.
Thinking of the free action, that is a 17.
Alrighty. Well. Damaging machinery in the Old Kingdom is destroying industries, and also, it's takes a big financial hit to whoever owns those. Especially when, as Walter kind of gave context to things being damaged out there and almost knocking out the engine that turns on and off the sun for
Yeah.
Broznov. It's this isn't like a small petty vandalism. This is big stuff that people are breaking.
Yeah.
This is like if people decide to stop stop running the generators out in everywhere. They just knock out the
So,
power grid, or someone decided to knock out the entire internet or across the world.
So this is not. It sounded like it. I mean, it's in King's territory, but it doesn't sound like an attack on the Kings. It just sounds like an attack on just Broznov in general.
I mean, it's happening specifically within the King's territory, but
Yeah.
the Old Kingdom is kind of the heart of Broznov.
Yeah. So somebody's trying to destroy the heart of it, basically. That's what it sounds like, anyway.
Ugh. Pretty much.
Oh God. God damn it.
Your brother's really getting up to some shit.
Oh yeah. It's also his MO. Mortar does. I mean, Mordred just generally doesn't look happy ever, but he definitely, as he's thinking about this, does not look happy.
But yeah, in any case, yep, that's that. Does anyone have anything else, or shall I conclude it here?
I think everybody else is dead,
I'm not dead, but
dying.
that's accurate.
Yeah.
I don't have anything at the moment.
No.
Okay. Kyron?
I'm like 50% dead and have nothing to do.
Alrighty. Yeah.
Do you know the Brotherhood's name? Do you remember what it was, or is it just called the Brotherhood?
Should be known as the, I mean, I can give you the full name.
Yeah, I want to put it in my notes.
So, it is, hold up. Let me bring up the name.
I
Oh,
should
it's
really
not this
learn
one.
how to take notes when I'm playing this shit. Because it's been so long, I've forgotten, like... Do you remember...
Ah,
Remember
here we
when I talked to you about the mercenaries as well? That have been, like, hunting after poverty?
The
Oh
mercenaries.
shit.
Yeah, the ones that cut my horn off.
Oh. Poor Peter's like, oh shit, that was like months ago. Hold up.
That was a long
That
time
was a
ago.
very long time ago.
I'll have to keep that in mind for now. But if it's any safe bet, there's only one group that would have mercenaries on hand to chase people down from anywhere. And you've already tangled with them a couple times. They're your favorite group that's got a hate for you guys
Yeah.
because you blew up their train and their
Yep.
trucks
Yep.
and
fucking hate us.
and their warehouse. And that's that would be the Merchants Guild. If
Yep.
there's anybody that would have mercenaries and the kind of financial backing to send guys after you, it's them. Otherwise, it would probably, if it was far back enough, it would be the Syndicate itself. But considering that the Syndicate is long gone, yeah.
Long ago was it? It was like
Well, the Syndicate fell apart 3 years ago.
3. So it was probably the Syndicate then for Parvati. Because I'm assuming Parvati's horn was not just cut off like.
Yeah, Poverty. How long ago was your injury for the horn?
I mean, it's, oh god, I don't know how to put a time frame on that, because it's in my backstory, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So
I
Would
guess
you say
better
that
to
this was
explain-
more recent or like long ago?
I guess to better put it, do you think?
long ago, because Ophelia wasn't old enough to take care of herself.
Would you say that Poverty was in her youth then? Because if this was like more than 13 years ago, then it still wasn't the Syndicate.
13, she would have been 12. I'd say she was probably around 16 when it happened.
So, like, it may have been the Syndicate, it may have been, or it might be, there were still other gangs, even though the Syndicate ran things, so, the aspects that, 7 years ago, so,
Yeah.
then, this was during the Syndicate's reign, so it may have been the Syndicate, or it may have been a subgroup that was under,
Another.
that would eventually become the Merchants Guild, because they're pretty much the only crime faction that really utilizes mercenaries in and out of Brosnov. But
By the way, Merchants Guild.
yeah. So it's the jury's out on that one.
Okay.
But if they're still coming after you, it's probably a safe bet that it's probably gonna be the Merchants Guild, cause
okay.
the syndicate's gone. So yeah, if they're still coming after poverty 7 years later, because 3 years ago, um,
They to be honest, they probably wouldn't be actively hunting for me, but they probably still remember cutting off a tiefling's horn. So if they saw me, and I have
mhm.
an X carved in my face, so I'm definitely marked. So if anybody from back then remembers doing that to me, or were around or heard stories about it, then they would recognize me.
Yeah, there's still plenty of criminals out there who used to work under the old syndicate, and now they're just, well, they're still out and about. Timur used to work for the syndicate. He was one of Walter's underlings that acted under him directly. So, and he's still around.
Interesting.
Yeah, because really what happened was there was a huge, like, I mean, this is more in the context of what happened the day of the devastation, but pretty much there was a big old fight that like literally like engulfed all of Brosnov, like fighting in every street and every corner. Like imagine a bar brawl, but it like covered your entire city. Like every street corner had somebody beating the crap out of somebody else.
Gangs of New York style, I like it.
Yeah, it was like a gang war, but it like covered the entirety of Brosnov. Um, that being said, at the end of it all, the tower blew up, um, almost killing Walter, killing his brother Keith, and then a lot of people from the gang war died, but a lot of people also ran into hiding because, well, the syndicate was no more. Because pretty much the guys who were running the show, more or less, at least as far as everyone is concerned at the time, all got blasted and blown up and crushed under a giant building. And all the people who decided to follow the guy who said, let's overthrow and take over, also got blasted and blown up. And crushed by a building. So,
Nice.
yeah. It was an attempted takeover that ended up in both sides getting blown up. But those who didn't get caught in the blast pretty much ran before the cops showed up because they were just like one day suddenly all these gangs were just out and about, just literally just killing each other in the streets, and they were like, what do we do about this? But yeah, it was a very chaotic day. And at the end of that, an entire yeah, it took one big spire crumbling and crashing on top of the Hanging Gardens to break the fight up. And then after that, everyone just kind of upped and vanished, and for like a month there was like very little crime. Not to say that the syndicate was like, crime ridden. Like things were actually pretty orderly, even though it was all crime ridden. But like it went from like little crime to there's just nothing. Nothing's happening. Well, what happened? Well, crime lord just blew up.
That would do it.
Turns out he was fine and sentenced to life in maximum prison.
Fine is, relative. He was alive.
He lived. He made it. Nothing like reassessing your life, like having your brother try and overthrow your massive criminal empire and then attempt to crush you with your own CEO building.
Having an arm blow off.
Yeah. But in any case, I'm gonna conclude it here. Let me check something real quick. See what's happened. Very interesting. Why can I... Huh. I see. I guess I'm not going to raid anyone tonight, because normally I pop into raid Blue, but I guess Blue ended early. Cool. I bet someone redeemed an end stream clip, and that was that. So, yeah, we're gonna call it here for tonight, guys. Thank you so much, and for checking in. And if you're watching the video afterwards or the VOD, then thanks for tuning in, checking out the video and the series, and hopefully we'll be able to pick this back up a little more frequently. I know we were supposed to like be a little bit more consistent on that thing. That one is entirely my bad. Yeah, sorry about that. We're gonna try and do a little better next time, and by we I mean
Yeah.
me.
All good.
Yeah, it's been a hectic start to the semester for me, so. But yeah, thank you so much for tuning in, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. Take
Yeah,
care.
bye-bye.